All right.
Wait,
We are back in action.
and no, I'm not in the dark. I just don't have any lights on in my room right now. It's
Oh,
like 4 in the
man.
morning.
Oh,
So,
shit.
ooh,
So, yeah. Yeah, this is going to be a fun and interesting day. Because so far we've got the debt clock checked off. We've got a couple Q drops checked off. We got this whole mess. This Haiti mess.
oh man.
Oh man.
This is we got 5,000 pages. Literally on Haiti. Literally on Haiti. I mean,
Man.
it goes to COVID, it goes to Massachusetts, it goes to Haiti. But it all ends up in one central place. I believe we know who that is. The Clintons.
Oh yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
And the Roman Catholic Church.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So, Alvis, what's going on, my man?
I'm hoping I can hold on to the signal as long as I can. But
Not a problem, not a problem. So, Alvis, you want to tell us a little bit about yourself?
oh, just
He's just a, and so what Alvis, one of our people in the chat, one of the women in the chat, Alvis is actually her nephew, and
Oh, wonderful.
he has a band, right? That we need to just blow off the map because his songs are all they have to do with everything going on today.
Love
And here comes the lovely Dina Jump that sets all this up.
Well,
Sweet.
hi, Alvis.
Oh, I got it. There you go.
Hey, Davis in the chat. Good to see you. Good to see
Hi,
everybody
Jack.
in the chat. Hey, Dina, how are you? You look great as usual.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, Elvis, if you could just unmute. There we go. I have a problem with unmuting. Let's see. How can I do this?
You feeling better, Jack?
Yeah, I don't know what was going on with my eyes. They were just all dry and it was just,
Oh,
yeah,
I
it was
must have lost the
gross.
signal.
It sucked.
well,
So,
anything with the eyes, I hear that.
yeah, it was just, it was a nightmare. So glad that's resolved at least for this week. We'll see what happens next week.
Yeah,
But
right there with
yeah.
pollen.
Yeah.
It's been high as hell too. It's like
That's what it's been. It's been like sneezing and everything. It's been brutal. So, but yeah, I felt Friday afternoon, I finally started to feel a little bit better. Sucked.
yeah,
But,
and that's the
yeah.
worst. It's like,
Well, anything
Yeah.
with eyes.
Yeah. And you can't. Oh, he probably lost the signal. So when he comes
Yeah.
back, he has some music that
Oh, sweet.
he created, and God, one of this "Oh America" is just
Well,
badass.
yeah. And speaking of his family member, it was Ramona and Jeff Redbird 19. They're in the chat sometimes,
Yes.
a lot of times.
Yeah.
But
Nice.
Family.
she texted and she's like, my cousin, I want to share his music with you. And actually it was me and Allie and Jason were like, this is great. So I think Allie put it all in the chat, and it's gonna be our like intro song. And
Hopefully, I mean, it
yeah.
is. It's badass.
Yeah.
So yeah. So
Hopefully he can chime back in.
yeah. Once he does, so not too many times does my mind get completely blown out the side of my head. But last night was one of them.
We're gonna go there.
Right out the gate. Yep.
Yeah.
Right.
So we had a nice conversation with the gentleman, and he told us what Sony means.
Yeah, the Chinese and
Yeah, you think it's all Chinese? No.
not
Or
so much.
Japanese. Japanese,
Japanese, Chinese,
Yeah.
it's the same way. I mean, whichever ways.
Ding, ding.
It's like some are just a little tighter than others, but Sony is Standard Oil of New York.
Man,
Now
that's
that
crazy.
makes sense with the whole entertainment system. how the Rockefellers just cling on to everything.
Absolutely.
And there's something magical that happened with the debt clock on 9/11.
Hmm.
So, shall we? Let's see. We shall. Oh, I gotta pull that one up too. I mean, it's book. Okay. 42. Okay, 480. Okay, let's see this. Fuck. That shit ain't gonna do it. Oh, here. All right, so I have it all right here. So on 9/9/24, dollar silver ratio is at 480 per ounce. Remember, we were saying, hey, it's going up $1 each day, right?
Hmm.
So then on 9/10, it was 482 an ounce. It's like, that's odd. So up $2. Cute. Then it went to 9/11, which was 483 an ounce. Start seeing a pattern, right? 9/12, 523 an ounce.
Yeah.
It jumped up 41. Oh no, it jumped up 40. Exactly.
Yeah.
Right. Then it's at 524 on the 13th. And then 526, well, 526 on the 4th. Well, on the 13th, it was 524, and then went to 526 on the 14th. So it's like, well, this makes a lot of sense. But even gold did the same thing, because gold was at 35.05 on 9/9, 9/10, 35.22. That's a $17 jump. And then from 9/10 to 9/11, it jumped to 35.26, which only $4. Then on 9/12, it went up to 38.26 or 38.21. So as you can see, it's like there's a massive jump after 9/11. Like as soon as 9/11, boom, both of them jumped up. So that's why we keep an eye out on that too. And then, because we always like our proofs, right? Let's see this. Just had it. Oh. God, these people are so evil. So evil. Oh, shit. Oh. Oh, here we go. Oh, you want? See it. All right. Put this in the chat. All right. So share this. Make sure I get the sound right this time.
Now listen to what Democrat Senator Blumenthal had to say about the upcoming report on the Trump assassination attempt. Listen.
I think the American people are going to be shocked, astonished, and appalled by what we will report to them about the failures by the Secret Service in this assassination attempt on the former president. But I think they also ought to be appalled and astonished by the failure of the Department of Homeland Security to be more forthcoming, to be as candid and frank as it should be to them in terms of providing information.
That is all we need to hear from him. Because
Interesting. And he looks a lot different. You notice that?
yeah, you mean like the ears too?
Yeah. I mean, this is not a guy who likes any Republicans. So for him to come out and say this on the Democrat side, oh boy.
Well, all we have to do is just go right back to post 1433, shall we? Full disclosure, general statement. Once the extremely guarded and highly classified information is finally revealed to House investigators, DNI, public, etc., RR must recuse or forcibly terminated. Who's RR? It's Ronald Rowe. Same guy that was the head of, well, second in command in the Secret Service.
Ooh.
Military op, Green, JLK, JFK, full disclosure. that was a hit job because and it pisses me off that, we should have known something was going to happen on that day, right? Because number one, if we go from Friday, July 13, 2018, that is when President Trump took the Queen out. Done, right?
Mhm.
To Friday, September 13th, which was just last Friday. Because you notice they're going the 2-4-6 route, right?
Yeah.
So it's exactly 2 months after July 13th. But September 13th fell on a Friday. It's always a Friday the 13th.
Mhm.
So now when you take that, it's 2,254 days, which is a 13. It's exactly 322 weeks.
Now, here's something that all of this, I think, goes back to Alexander the Great. I mean, all of this started with him because the greatest general of all time, he's the one with he's the one who conquered all of these lands from, he didn't really care about Rome. This guy just went east. So he took over Persia, he took over Egypt, and he took over, Iraq, Iran, Afghanistan, India. I mean, this guy was the first guy, basically white guy to go over to India. Now, he was assassinated, poisoned in Babylon, Iraq. That's a surprise. In 323 BC. So the first year without Alexander the Great was 322. Probably when they started to, start all of this insanity. And when one of his ancestors or one of his descendants probably is Cleopatra. Thing about those two is Alexander the Great, his sarcophagus, his golden sarcophagus, he wanted to be buried in Egypt. It's been lost for, forever. Nobody knows where it is. The same thing happened with Cleopatra's sarcophagus. Nobody has a clue where these two things are. So when you're looking at 322, the first year without Alexander the Great was 322 BC. And we know they love that number.
They thrive on it.
They do.
Such pigs.
Oh, no, they're the worst. Absolute worst. So I know my time's short today, so I'll go over a lot of this on Thursday. But I wanted to show you something that I've been, going over this week, which fits right into exactly what you're saying with Ethiopia. That's true Israel. Those are the true Israelites. See, the ancient Greeks back, in Alexander the Great's day and then during Roman times, they referred to every black person in Africa as Ethiopian. All of them.
Hmm.
Huh. Now, this guy Caesarion, who was quote unquote Julius Caesar and Cleopatra's child, which probably wasn't, and get into that on Thursday. Most likely, this is the guy who ended up becoming Jesus Christ, because you look at the calendar before Christ, Anno Domini, after death, or Anno, the year of our Lord, and Christ was the Messiah, rose from the dead, and he's the Savior. So if you look at this guy Caesarion, who was, quote unquote, Cleopatra's child and Julius Caesar's child, well, they rode down the Nile River together, Julius Caesar and Cleopatra. And people think that was, their romance. But if you end up at the beginning of the Nile, guess where you end up? Ethiopia. Therefore, what if they went to save the Son of God and be his protector? And say, here, because after this kid was born in 47 BC, in June 23rd, 47 BC, he went, they took him to Rome, and he's protected by Julius Caesar. Now, Caesar gave him his name, but never identified him as his son. That's interesting. And then once Julius Caesar was assassinated, Cleopatra took him back to Egypt, and Mark Antony and Cleopatra got together, and I think Mark Antony became his protector. Ironically enough, this guy Caesarion, they were trying to, Octavian, who, became the first Caesar Augustus, he was trying to find Caesarion and kill him when he was 17 years old. And Plutarch says this kid escaped to India. But JQ, you're going to love this. Now, so this is what he looks like. Go over this more Thursday. Unfortunately, I'm kind of short on time today. But this is who he is. And it's rumored that he was, executed by Caesarion. But what if he wasn't and escaped to India, which is what it looks like? And we'll go over this later. But now he's supposedly Julius Caesar and Cleopatra's, child. I don't think he was their child. I think they were his protectors. And Jay, you're gonna love this. So if Caesarion was, Cleopatra was white, Julius Caesar, was white. This is the only known picture of Caesarion. And this was found in Pompeii, which was destroyed when Mount Vesuvius erupted around 70 AD. It was buried in ash. And this painting on a wall is of Cleopatra's, suicide. And this is from the first quarter of the 1st century AD. So they would have known what this guy actually looked like. Now, this is Cleopatra. She was pretty homely. That's Caesarion.
He looks a bit dark, doesn't he?
He does. He doesn't really look like a white guy, does he?
Well, I mean, hey,
Yeah.
all jokes aside, Cleopatra was a BBW.
Yeah,
Exactly. It's like,
but she's pretty white. So if you add a white girl and a white guy, you do not get a black child. But if he was the Son of God from Ethiopia, that might be the only actual picture and likeness of Jesus Christ. Now, when Christ went into the temple and he turned over those tables, like Conan says, those weren't IKEA tables. Those things were heavy ass tables. Like he
Fucking
just
stout.
flips them over and he was throwing people out, all these guys who were conducting business in the temple, selling doves, children.
Yeah.
This looks like Conan said, like, dude, this guy looks like, an outside linebacker, like this guy be throwing people left and right, like nobody was going to get in this guy's way.
He ain't skipping leg day.
Yeah, exactly.
He can shit over.
I mean, that's a big dude. So when you look at, they say he died when he was 17 years old, but Plutarch says he escaped to India. Where do they think Jesus Christ went? India.
Yeah.
And what did he learn? He learned all of those natural healing techniques. He learned about the chakras, and maybe he learned about reincarnation. So that would seem to be more like Christ than than Caesar Borgia, like you've said.
Yeah.
That,
That white guy.
right there, that this is a guy people would follow. He's talking about everybody's equal. And now, when you go to Ethiopia today, there are Ethiopian Jews.
Yep.
And they're black people. They're, black people. And one of the main differences between this type of Judaism and, the other one is they treat everybody as equal.
Yes.
They do not consider anybody above anybody. Doesn't matter if you're Christian, Jewish, Muslim, they can treat everybody as equal. And so when you're looking at Ethiopian Jewish people, they're all black. It's like, wait a second. Then you go back to Moses. Let my people go. Does Moses sound like a white guy name or more of a black guy name? And
Moses Malone, and I mean, look down the line. It's like, I don't know if any white dude's named Moses. That's just
either.
me.
Especially like an old crotchety Jewish guy named Moses. Yeah. No, and who has been enslaved and subjugated their entire existence, black people. If they're the true Israelites, they've been subjugated everywhere. And so this is something I'll talk about more about,
Yeah.
like his life and death and all these things. And he does tie into Pope Benedict and his resignation. So I'll talk about that Thursday. Unfortunately, I don't, I
Nice.
got a jet. We've got these non-native weeds, like vines.
Yeah.
Dude, they're everywhere. It is a nightmare. It's like the worst weed ever. And they grow up trees and they're killing everything. I'm like, I was out there this morning. I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. I'm like, Pearl Harbor wasn't enough. We gotta have Japanese invasive vines here, like, man.
Yeah.
But-
Definitely check the leaves though, because that whole
Oh yeah.
when it comes to poison ivy, poison oak, it's like I have to stay at least. I mean, you can liken myself with poison ivy to how far a pedophile has to stay away from a school.
Right.
Like I can't even look at it. It's like I start itching. It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah. Yeah, so one thing I don't really get is poison ivy. Poison oak, I actually got once in my hands, but yeah, no, these vines are easy to see. Like you can really tell, but they are. Oh, they grow.
Hell on
I mean, they
earth.
go deep and then they grow sideways under the. Yeah, it sucks. So
They're choking everything,
that's the problem is that
Yeah.
they just literally, they're like a parasite.
So can we call it like a Juvine? I mean, hey, if we're gonna talk parasites, this is just we could call it the Ashkenazi ash.
Right.
Oh wait, I think that was taken in 44.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Oh man.
I mean, bro, the shit we're finding on like Tim Walz and Kamala, and now with this whole deal with like Mike, the whole thing in Ohio, this like literally covers it. And it's like, holy shit, even the hunters become the hunted. It's like there is something big with this.
Yeah, absolutely.
So let's see. We'll put this in the chat. And I'll put this one in the chat. Good old man, how about that? Man, check this. Oh, Tim Walz's wife. Oh yeah, complete shitbag.
Oh man.
I mean, and let's see, let's see this. Ooh. Where are you? No, asshole. Where are you? What's this?
Moses Malone. That was awesome. Great call.
Like, how can you not? It's like, hell yeah.
Absolutely. Yep. So I got a jet. Unfortunately, I just got a bunch of stuff to do this afternoon, and you're about to dive deep, so I don't want to interrupt you. So but I will be I'll be listening, and I will see you on Thursday, my man. And
You got it.
We'll talk about Caesarean, and we'll talk about all the other crazy stuff, which is once you see Caesarean, then you line it up, because what I ended up doing with his death is line up Herod the Great, who wasn't great. He was a piece of shit. Even Jewish people say this guy sucked. I mean, that's how bad this guy was. And then line it up to the solar eclipses at the time. And once you see that, then you'll know. I mean, think of the calendar before Christ, Anno Domini, year of our Lord, or after death. Then his death had to be right around 1 BC. Like not 33 AD. Like, no, this is the delineator, is when he left being just a regular man, son of God as a man, and then became the Messiah. So, thanks. So yeah, thanks, Nancy. Vinegar, absolutely. Somebody said get some goats for poison ivy. I don't think I'll be able to do that, but you never know.
Hey, but if you think about it, you ain't got to worry about cutting the grass.
That's a true story. Yeah.
You might want to worry about who knows where they're shipping these aliens, because hearing them call them migrants is just pissing everybody off. It's like they're not migrants.
They're illegal aliens.
Yeah, aliens.
That's what they are.
By
Illegal.
law.
illegal. They've already broken a law.
Yep.
Yeah. So love you, brother. I will see you
Love you too.
Thursday. I'll call you this week. Oh man, Caesarion, when you see it all, and then you see Pope Benedict and when he resigned, oh man, it all ties together. Oh, so to know this is a Christian country, right? And we know the difference in the calendar between the Julian, and that's why Julius Caesar set up the calendar, I believe, because he had to make sure that it was uniform every year so they could know the dates of this man, Caesarion. So Caesarion was born on June 23rd, 47 BC. So Julian calendar, we'll say, June 23rd on the Julian calendar, right? So if you fast forward, we lose 10 days when they started the Gregorian calendar. In the 1700s, we lost 11 days, right? We're 11 days further. So if you add 11 days to June 23rd, what day do you get?
You said what? 11 days? Or was
11 days, because in
11?
like 1700s, like think 1700s.
Because you go back 11 days. Man. Oh, what is it? I'm brain
July
dead.
4th, 1776. Happy birthday, Jesus. They did it to celebrate the birth of Jesus Christ. And that's why I think they announced, the good guys announced the Declaration of Independence would have been exactly the birth of Christ. So, which again, we know that's also a bad date, but they also wanted to make it a good date and say, here, we're going to celebrate Jesus's birthday by setting people free, by getting rid of all of these kings and queens. And but I thought that was fun. So,
Hell yeah.
all right, absolutely. So I'll be listening. Love you, brother. And I'll talk to you this week, and we'll see you on Thursday.
You got it, my
Chat,
man.
love you guys, and we'll see you guys soon. And don't take it easy on Massachusetts in this thing.
No, we're not.
All right, good.
We're not, because when oh man, this is fuck.
Oh man, awesome.
Like, are
Awesome.
you kidding me? I just, like they say, you chase it down, down, down. It's like, goes to Haiti, Africa. I mean, and it ties in Hollywood.
Yep.
I mean, this is a nightmare that I know for a fact nobody has found.
Yeah.
Nobody, not these connections at all, because we could link, Tim Walz, Mike DeWine, the governor for Ohio.
Yep.
And let's face it, and then it makes you think, it's like, well, so what's JD Vance doing about Ohio? He's still a senator.
All right.
So did he go there yet? Nope. Why would he? Right?
All right.
He didn't go to East Palestine either.
All right.
Why would he?
Yeah, why would he? Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Just a
All right,
great
I'll
guy
be
right
listening,
now.
man.
You got it.
See you soon, brother.
You bet. All right, bye. All right, so, Patrico, it gets even more evil than that. If you could think voodoo, this gets even worse. So, not that. Hold up. That's coming in a minute, because, woof. This guy, when Trump says we love our farmers, he's actually giving us a comm. We just had to figure out what it was. So, it's funny that the time of this is like 119, but
But I kind of liked it when she did this. Turn the page. You like that?
It's time to turn the page. Turn that
You like that? Okay, so I need you to be with me and practice with me. What are we gonna do? We're gonna turn the page. Oh, pretty good. Do it again. We're gonna turn the page. And we're gonna turn the page. All right, so I'm gonna be watching you, because when I see Wisconsin because this is a pretty important place in Minnesota. I'll help you practice with this. You just show me this. Turn the page, right? Turn the page. And you know what else that looks like? Bye-bye. Bye-bye, Donald Trump. We are turning the page. 52 days and we are turning the page. 52 days and it is bye-bye, Donald Trump.
Fucking crazy, man. You sound insane. Do you realize that? You should be medicated.
I kind of liked it.
Well, she said it. We're gonna turn the page, right? Shall we? We shall. Wiki Spooks, Tim Walz, right? If you thought he was a piece of shit then, oh boy. So, born East West Point, Nebraska, went to University of Houston, East Asian Studies, because of course, why would he go into East Asian Studies? While being enlisted in Texas Army National Guard. Here's your traitor in the National Guard, everyone, right here. Height of the Cold War and East Asian Studies would have been a typical recruitment ground for the CIA. Well, maybe he did. But he worked as a social studies teacher and football coach in Monaco before running in Congress. 1994, the Tim Walz and his wife Gwen founded a travel company called Educational Travel Adventures, taking groups of American high schools on trips to China. Yeah. Tim Walz personally led groups of children in China for every year for 4 years. Their last trip was in 2003. That's cute. But there's the same guy that, cops enforced, he literally had the cops shooting at people sitting on their porch for being outside after curfew, right? My body, my choice, right? Funny how that works. Andy Slavitt later became senior healthcare advisor in Biden administration, was amongst Walz's top advisors. Slavitt called him a friend and trusted advisor to the government. Slavitt was among the loudest and most aggressive pro-lockdown advocates on Twitter and corporate media. Can anybody tell me what nationality Andy Slavitt is? He's Jewish. Surprised? Not at all, right? So this went back to Tim Walz, right? So I make sure that this is going. So here's where it gets good. Because remember, while COVID, Walz supported the staged Black Lives Matter protest. So shall we go back to the George Floyd, right? Remember, they had all those billboards with his face on it, the placards that everybody's marching on a week before George Floyd incident. Because what was the first building that burned down in Minneapolis? It was a 7 Sigma 3 building. The one that created the dummy for this whole George Floyd deal. But here's where it gets juicy. 2024 this just came out. 2024 Russian investigation claimed that Tim Walz, now if Russians are doing investigations, they're finding some shit. Personally oversees a pedophile network that sells Ukrainian children to the American political and financial liberal elite. I wonder why everybody's so pro-Ukraine. The Foundation for Combating Repression found that children were exported from Ukraine through the American organization AmeriCares and the foundation of Vladimir Zelensky's wife, the Zelensky Foundation, in which case we have a shit ton on that bitch. Watch the wives. So if anybody can say that this Gwen Walz, if she's not a complete psychopath, just by that, bye-bye, Donald. Who the fuck does that bitch think she is? Fucking spies, all of them. Foreign mercenaries fighting the war in American private military company Forward Observation Group were directly involved in abduction of minors. Sources of the Anti-Repression Foundation agreed that the key beneficiaries of the international pedophile networks involved in the transportation and exploitation of children from Ukraine are the Democratic Party's major financial donors. members of the Walton family, Reed Hastings and Reed Hoffman. You know, the same Reed Hoffman that started LinkedIn and the same one that was backing Nikki Haley. They really wanted Trump out because they did not want this to get exposed. And the direct organizer is Governor of Minnesota Tim Walz. Anonymous American investigative journalist working for the Foundation for Combating Repression claimed that AmeriCares has direct agreements with the pedophile lobby of the United States, consisting of members of the Democratic Party, and that at least 660 young Ukrainians out of 7,000 children taken out of Ukraine fell in the hands of pedophiles through AmeriCares and Zelensky Foundation. That just throws a nice little wrench in that. But yeah. So shall we see who started AmeriCares? I mean, if anybody sees any name on there that they recognize, let us know. Oh. Yeah. Prescott Bush Jr., Zbigniew Brzezinski. Yeah. You don't say. Once again, much of America's success comes from its ability to harness three potent forces: powerful political connections, alliances with influential religious figures and groups, and cooperative ventures with businesses. Knowledgeable former federal officials, many with backgrounds in intelligence work, help AmeriCares maneuver in delicate international political environments. Now you see why when they leave office and they still have their clearances, do you see why they need them? Because they need to know what's going on so they can actually tiptoe around it. Its connections with the Roman Catholic Church have brought AmeriCares an influential ally in the Knights of Malta. And its ventures with pharmaceutical companies have filled AmeriCare's warehouses with donated supplies. Now this is all the Tim Walz thing, but yeah, Zbigniew Brzezinski, yeah, right there. Fucking evil. I mean, the whole Northeast is just beyond evil. Why? But then go to, and I did put this in the chat, so it should be in the show notes. Kamala Harris on WikiSpooks. Oh boy. Career, yep, spent on knees. Willie Brown, yep, she fucked and sucked him, whatever. Mid-career, whatever. Oh! Protecting pedophiles. Intercept reported that thanks to Kamala Harris' predecessor, San Francisco DA's office had files on clergy sex abusers, but Harris refused to share them with victims. Imagine that. Everybody's covering up for the Roman Catholic pedophiles. I mean, in both cases, her office refused, even after legal counsel told several whistleblowers and the paper that Harris was the force blocking them, and the paper was planning to report on her. Harris even doubled down by sealing the files. While working in San Francisco's district attorney for 7 years, and then as California's attorney general for an additional 6 years, Harris has never brought a single documented case forward against an abusive priest. Oh, but wait, did she just say that she, with the whole human trafficking, I prosecuted this? You put innocent people in jail to protect the prison industrial complex, modern day slavery. You want to know why there's no good American jobs? Because they all take them to the prisons. So they can clearly say that they're made in the USA by USA workers, even though they're only paying them like 25 cents a day. Real cute, right? I mean, all this shit. Views on Israel, don't give a fuck, level the place. Let's see. Oh. So, if Tim Walz, right? Now, we talk about him with the Ukraine, right? With the whole Zelensky Foundation and everything. So why are they going after Mother Russia? Why was she at the Munich Security Conference in 2023? Why? Well, see why. What did that one have to do with? Oh, Silly me. Plotting regime change in Russia at the session Russia Reimagined Visions for a Democratic Future, including Gary Kasparov. Yeah, you mean that chess player? Mikhail Khodorkovsky and whatever these people are. So why was she there? Well, I've never been to the border. Well, I've never been to Europe either. Are you sure about that? You went to it 2022, 2023, and 2024. Now you see where all the F-16s came in. Because it came in from the Rammstein coalition. Munich, Germany, beautiful. Then, I mean, and it gets better. Not so much. So, now, oh. And I think we have a tie to the Godfather 3. Maybe. Now, we'll see. But the maybe is a very, very hard, like this could actually be it. So, I'm trying to think what the hell caused me to go down this rabbit hole. Well, I think it was, yeah. I think it was the whole thing in and it was. That's what it was. One second, guys. That's what I was looking for right there. Thank you very much. And yeah, you're going there. Yes, that's where you tie in. So this Mike DeWine, right? 70th governor of Ohio. Real shitbag. I mean, when I say real, I mean like real. What the hell happened to it? Now, on Wikispooks, has him a U.S. lawyer and suspected deep state operative. Sybil Edmonds named Mike DeWine as one of her dirty dozen, listing members of Congress who, by their action or inaction, have stood against real investigations, hearings, and legislation dealing with government whistleblowers who have exposed waste, fraud, abuse, and/or criminal activities within government agencies. Roman Catholic, right? I'm gonna put this in here. Oh, you ain't seen shit yet with the research. No, the depth of this is off the charts. So they talk about the dirty dozen, right? Now we pull up the dirty dozen. Pretty good group there, huh? I mean, nothing to see here, right? Lieberman, piece of shit. That's why he got 86th. That Dutch Ruppenberger, that guy's a piece of shit too. Santorum, of course. Dennis Hastert, you know, the House Speaker that got busted diddling tons of kids. Or just like, something else like swept under the rug. There's DeWine. Peter Hoekstra. I mean, all these people. Complete shitbags, right? All in on this. All of them. So, when we go to uh, should see. Oh, that's cute. The internet never forgets, though. So here's his Info Galactic page. Yep. So, I mean, look at this. It's like, okay. Let's see. He's opposed to legal abortion. He lead sponsor of the Unborn Victims of Violence Act. You think, oh, you know, he's all right. You know. Why wouldn't you put any of the references, like how great of a guy this guy is? Well, maybe because this. Okay. Let's see. Scroll. Up. During DeWine's first term as governor, the shooting in Dayton, Palmer urged the Ohio legislature to enact new gun control measures such as expanding background checks and harsher penalties for those in possession of unregistered firearms. In early 2020, DeWine received national attention for his COVID-19 response, ordering the closing of dining restaurants, service and sporting events, and delegating additional resources to already declared facilities. Re-elected by a landslide. You sure about that? I'm not buying that shit at all. I'll tell you that much right now. Nope. Identifies as a Roman Catholic. Of course he does. Of course he does. This is all just nonsense right here. Just blah, 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 blah. Let's see. Protecting Iowa family. Yeah. Protecting Ohio families. How's that working in Springfield? It's not. But you like read the stuff. It's like crimes against the crimes against children initiative focus on holding accountable those who sexually and physically abuse children, those who share and view child pornography, and those who target children online. DeWine's office also developed several task forces for the investigation and prosecution of human trafficking throughout the state. I mean, it sounds like pretty tame, right? No. Remember this whole Acton, this Amy Acton and shit, Ohio Department of Health is going to become very, very relevant. DeWine boasts support for Ukraine. As soon as you see that, it should already make you just, let's go on, saying that the invasion was unacceptable and all freedom-loving people should stand against this unprovoked invasion. Are you sure it was unprovoked? Because he talks about abortion, capital punishment, gerrymandering, gun control. I mean, great guy. He got an F from the NRA. But, you know, he opposes same-sex marriage. But thing is that there's something bigger that he's a part of. That none of these fucking things are telling you. Right? So, shall we? Let's see. It's a funny thing about news articles, right? Few elected leaders know the inner workings of Haiti, like Ohio Governor Mike DeWine. For more than 2 decades, Governor Mike DeWine and his wife Fran has been visiting Haiti. working with with a group that runs a school named for their late daughter Becky, who was killed in a car crash in 1993 at the age of 22. You don't say, right? So the school that he operates, it's run by this Father Tom Hagen. Now, you ask yourself, you're like, okay, so why is that? Because of a certain statement that he made about somebody's death, or shall we say execution. Let's see. Ohio's Republican governor defends Haitian immigrants. They help the economy. How are they helping the economy exactly? They're not. But they have to push the envelope with Haiti. Big time. So they ran a charity, and you're not gonna believe this shit. Let me see. What up, bro?
How are you, sir?
Fucking splendid right now. Just and bigger. Okay. September 12th, just 3 days ago. Governor Mike DeWine's experience with Haiti and Haitians goes far beyond his current efforts to manage issues, ranging from baseless rumors to genuine concerns related to the recent sudden influx of Haitian immigrants to Springfield. They're not immigrants, they're illegal aliens. Let's get this straight. There's no immigrants, no undocumented migrants, all shit. That's all just bullshit, just all of it. You have to use it's illegal aliens. Throw them out. So the school is situated in the scum known as Site Soleil in Haiti capital Port-au-Prince, run by a charity that long been supported by the DeWines. Gang bias has forced the school temporarily closed repeatedly throughout its existence, though the governor's office said the school is currently operating. It is run by Haitian humanitarian Father Tom Hagen, a friend of DeWines who delivered the invocation before the governor took the oath of office following his reelection. Father Hagen. Father Tom Hagen. All right. It's like, for example, DeWine laid out that most Haitians never learned to drive and are now in a car-dependent environment. In turn, he said there's been real uptick in local accidents, report of erratic driving, and real concerns among Springfield and Clark County drivers. Are you shitting me? They're having 8 to 10 accidents a day. And then they're coming out and saying, oh, well, this is the reason why he was carrying 2 geese. You know, it's like, hey, assholes, they're a federally protected bird. The hunting for Canadian geese isn't until like November. Ducks, geese, they're all federally protected. Migratory Bird Act. Hello? When you go hunting, you have to have a bird stamp, a goose stamp, all that shit. But yet they could just walk around and, you know, just cut the heads off and start eating them. Because when they're like, oh, they're eating dogs and cats, it's like, they showed a video, and I'm not good, of them barbecuing a dog. Had it with them, but as a result, Haitians now in Springfield are looking to use the area's healthcare services, which DeWine said is straining the low care system and creating longer wait times. No shit. How about just set up a wood chipper and just start tossing all these fucks right in it? Because if you're here illegally, go. We didn't tell you to come. That's why I wanted the wall up. DeWine went on to loosely endorse the country's temporary protected status, which has granted much of Springfield's Haitian community the permission to live in the United States. Nobody gave them permission to live in the United States. They're fucking here illegally. However, he challenged the federal officials to take a more active role in ensuring that communities that end up taking an immigrant population are supported, which he said is not occurring in Springfield today. Well, why don't you ask your girl Kamala that? A little bit. Now remember, Haiti unrest forces DeWine's tuition-free schools to close doors. Let's see. But then there was this. Oh, son of a bitch. Oh, and what I'll do is I'll put this. Boom, boom. Here's a complete DuckDuckGo search for Mike DeWine in Haitian schools. There are tons of articles in here. The ones that are like right here that I checked, those are ones that I went over. Well, those are ones we printed. But yeah. Father Tom Hagen, who founded Hands Together Charity, continues to operate relief efforts at Port-au-Prince's Site Soleil slum, where more than 500,000 Haitians live on top of 3 square miles of garbage and raw sewage. Now this is current, 2023. Isn't that odd? Because after the whole earthquake, one would have thought that all the money that people were donating was going to them. Oh, no. Now, here is what unlocked it all. Governor DeWine issued statement on the death of Dr. Paul Farmer, 2022. Ohio Governor Mike DeWine issued the following statement on the death of Dr. Paul Farmer. So, let me get this straight. This doctor ends up dead. Right? Real piece of shit. But note the date. February 21st, 2022. You sure that he died or was he executed? Because remember, the next day, in 3 days, then in 3 days from now, on February 24th, what happened? Putin said, fuck it, we're going in. Went right into Ukraine. Remember 666, F6, 24/6, 2022 6, 666. So, Fran and I are heartbroken at the death of Dr. Paul Farmer, a man who has saved countless lives around the globe. It's plain. First met Paul many years ago on a visit to Haiti when I was still in the U.S. Senate. We got to know him and learned about the amazing community health work he was doing in rural villages in Haiti and Rwanda. What? He's instrumental in drastically reducing the AIDS rate in rural Haiti by recruiting, training community members to serve as health workers who would go out and help villagers with AIDS receive and stay on life-saving antiretroviral drugs. He proved that even in the poorest of countries where many are illiterate, the patient can effectively take the multi-regimen anti-AIDS pills. We visited the hospital and facilities he found in Cange, a rural village in east part of Haiti, saw his firsthand his miraculous work. He's here to heal people. This is him. I mean, yeah. No. Right? Now, this is from the office of the governor, right? So, let's just do this. So, thing is that, so I'm like, oh, what's up with this guy? Right? So, of course, if you want to find anything, just go on Scribd, right? Well, we found his obituary. Shall we? Paul Farmer, pioneer of global health, dies at 62. And physician, anthropologist, humanitarian, who gained global acclaim for his work delivering high-quality health care to some of the world's poorest people, died on Monday on the grounds of a hospital and university he helped establish in Butaro, Rwanda. He was 62. Partners in Health, the global public health organization, said that Dr. Farmer helped found, announced his death with a statement that did not specify the cause. Wonder why. And there's this book by Tracy Kidder. We will be getting into all that shit too. Described the extraordinary efforts he would make to care for patients, sometimes walking hours to their homes to ensure they were taking their medication. I mean, if that doesn't scream stalker, I don't know what does. Then there's just two people in this that voiced their extreme sorrow for the loss of Dr. Paul Farmer. But his work in Partners in Health significantly influenced public health strategies for responding to TB, HIV, and Ebola. During the AIDS crisis in Haiti, he went door to door to deliver antiviral medication, confounding many in the medical field who believed it would be impossible for poor rural people to survive the disease. Well, when all the adults have it, what have you done? Made a shit ton of orphans. And we will be getting to that. So, there are so many people that are alive because of that man. Dr. Rochelle P. Walensky, director of Center for Disease Control Prevention, said in a brief interview, adding that she wanted to compose herself before speaking further. Dr. Anthony Fauci, President Biden's top medical advisor, broke down in tears during an interview in which he said he and Dr. Farmer had been like soul brothers. Whew. If that does not just like open up like all the floodgates, but wait, there's more. So, that one. Fuck DeWine. Now remember, Mike DeWine, hey, I'm pro, all the trafficking. We got to stop all this trafficking. It's an endemic. Can't have this shit, right? But oh boy, we'll be going back and forth with DeWine and all that stuff because when you see how this all plays out, it's kind of sick. Oh shit, right there. So, Paul Farmer. Oh, Wendy, we're getting to that. Oh, we're getting to that. This gets very interesting very quickly. Oh, you know what? Hold on a second. Before we do this one, I want to definitely go to bookkeepers. This. Oh, Top Cat gets a lot deeper than that. Because we have all the documentation for this. All of it. Now go dig it out. I have it right there. So, Partners in Health, Boston-based nonprofit healthcare organization founded in 1987 to bring the benefits of modern medical science to those most in need of them and serve as an antidote to despair. Significant deep state connection, especially in the funding and board membership. Wonder why? Oh, Paul Farmer, Jim Kong Imp, Young Imp Kim. We'll be getting to that guy. Ophelia Dahl, we do have some on her too. Chelsea Clinton and Barbara Bush. Oh, shit. You gotta be kidding me, right? So, in April 2020, Partners in Health launched its first statewide coronavirus contact tracing program in the United States, the Massachusetts Community Tracing Collaborative, in partnership with the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. And yes, longstanding ties with Clinton Foundation. So, contract tracing, huh? Isn't it funny that they actually made laws that they could actually go and just go in your house and shit like that. Yep. Because I'll find where this article is. But you know what? Hold on a second. It might be down here. But this contract tracing, right? Because that's a big key in this. Now, that Tracy Kidder, right, former United States Army military intelligence lieutenant, about the NGO's origins, the author, he wrote that book. He wrote this book about Paul Farmer, that he's just larger than life, all this shit. The 23-year-old farmer, one of the 5 founders of Partners in Health, clearly considered himself a champion of human rights. The telling passage describes how the young Dr. B challenges a U.S. Army captain about the release of a local sheriff named Nerva Just. Farmer wanted Just in U.S. custody, arguing that preventative detention was necessary. You know who follows preventative detention? Then it gets deeper, because this Ophelia Thal, one of the other co-founders, as Farmer was somehow advising U.S. military personnel on proper strategy, his future co-founder was also in Haiti and barely 18 years of age. Ophelia Thal, the daughter of a renowned British novelist and intelligence officer serving as a liaison between Churchill and FDR, had arrived in Haiti as a volunteer working with an ophthalmic organization with some handicapped children in Port-au-Prince. Dahl eventually met Farmer and later formed PIH with their other very ordinary founding fathers, Jim Yong Kim, the 12th president of the World Bank, and it gets deeper than that. Tom White, Boston's greatest philanthropist. Remember, whenever you see philanthropists, run. They're the evil ones. And Tom McCormick, corporate VP of a sports, fashion, and events powerhouse that would later be purchased by business magnate Ari Emanuel in 2014. Emanuel's 2 brothers, Rahm Emanuel and Zeke Emanuel, are intimately tied to the Clintons. They're all tied to the fucking Mossad. But the funding. PIH's biggest donors and partners feature some of the largest pharmaceutical corporations in the world, including Eli Lilly, Johnson & Johnson, GlaxoSmithKline, Merck, and Pfizer, among many more. Also found on the list of foundation partners, both public and private, are the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, the Inter-American Development Bank, USAID, the WHO, IBM, and Facebook. I know, as soon as I said IBM, somebody's ears perked up. Then, Massachusetts contract tracing program handed the Clinton-linked NGO with questionable past. Yeah. No. May 15th, 2020. They were quick on that contact tracing, weren't they? Because remember, it was just 3/25 of 2020 that the CARES Act passed the Senate, even though it was, introduced on what was it, January 24th of 2019? By Joe Donnelly from Connecticut. But I printed all that out and it's all black and everything like that. So I had a hard time highlighting everything. So this one I have to go to too, but this one is massive. There's like 20 something pages when you print it out and everything. So it's like a big interview session. Well, personally, we don't need an interview to tell this guy's a piece of shit. Not all. The story PIH founding and future. Nah. I think what we're going to do is we're just going to go ahead and do this. Yeah. So we found this. November 2nd, 2021. Massachusetts, right? Community Tracing Collaborative, CTC. When COVID-19 contract tracers reach out, please answer the call or they storm your house. These are some really, really good people, you know? This is all through the Departments of Health and all this shit. And like I said, you know, it's in 7 states. The whole COVID thing, you got Alabama, what's it? Alabama, Arizona, Florida, Illinois, Massachusetts, of course, New Jersey, of course, and North Carolina. Contract tracing. Huh? Because now, that one, no. This. It's Rick. You got anything you want to go over? I gotta find this real quick.
Oh no, I just want to say, you know, thanks to everyone again for all the positive frequencies, all the positive messages. Actually, I just I did your you know, I got the Enoch again. I bought the whole thing, right? I think I messed up, but I know if it's $10 extra for the cause, it is what it is. But I didn't put the keys in, so I think I had the whole thing. But I was looking at it and I was starting to go over it. Absolutely amazing, Jason. Absolutely. I couldn't get enough of it. I kept on watching it, and it's going to be such a positive message, and especially going forward, and especially the bigger picture, right? Remember, this is a movie, so we're learning about the movie. We're learning, you know, about, you know, who's good, who's bad, who's indifferent, who's, you know, who's a piece of shit, you know, who's working with the white hats, all these different things and stuff. But remember, the bigger picture is we're going toward ascension. And when I was looking at the keys to Enoch, wow, it's absolutely just amazing. So again, I highly, you know, encourage anyone, you know, if that's something that you're interested in, especially going forward and stuff, it's going to help immensely. It's going to help yourself as well as your family, your loved ones, your friends, your children, especially, you know, the way it's presented. It's just amazing. And understand, you know, remember, if it's information we already know, it's just we forgot. Remember, we were put asleep for a while. But again, as the light fractals are coming back to one God consciousness, and we're starting to activate our DNA, and we're starting to remember who we are, it's very apparent to me, especially with the keys of Enoch and stuff, on where we're going. And where we're going is absolutely amazing. Like I said, you're amazing. You're absolutely incredible. There's nothing about you that isn't amazing or incredible. I mean, you're absolutely just that. Once you remember who you are, understand the movie is the movie, but the thing is, the bigger picture, we're going toward ascension. And going toward ascension and stuff, you know, you're starting to kill your chakras from within. You're starting to activate your DNA. You're starting to remember all these different things that you, again, just for a brief period of time, you were asleep because, you know, you're indoctrinated, just like against Strack. I was indoctrinated. I always say I was more indoctrinated in the history of indoctrination. It's absolutely true. But as we start to go forward, especially in the bigger picture and looking at the keys of Enoch and stuff, it's going to help you establish not only a base in the pyramid, because remember, we're going to flip it on their freaking head. Remember, we're finding our love and light and the truth from within, finding God from within, always from within. Remember, they were pushing everything into the pulpit, into the religions and stuff. No, you want to go within, finding God from within. And that's what you're going to do when you actually start to unlock the keys of Enoch. Remember, it's a tool. And it's a tool that's going to be very relevant as we go toward more of this ascension process, especially we get to the bigger picture on where we're actually heading to. And where we're heading to is absolutely amazing. And like I said, it's absolutely an honor and a privilege to be with everyone in this spiritual battle. You remember, we can change our frequency just by, positive affirmations about yourself. So again, if you say 9 affirmations about yourself, only about you, 3 times a day for 6 weeks, you're going to automatically go from a negative frequency to a positive frequency. And once you understand you have that ability that you can heal yourself, well, can't you heal others as well too? You sure can. Just remember, if Yeshua said again, you'll do greater things than I, you will. You just have to remember who you are. And once you understand you can heal yourself and you can heal others and others around you, and you can do anything. You can manifest anything. That's why they're so jealous of us, because they can't manifest anything new. They can't manifest anything new. That's why they use fear and programming to get us to manifest what they want. So it's absolutely incredible. And when I was looking at the keys and I was going over, I was just absolutely it was igniting a fire in me. And I wanted to learn more and I wanted to learn more. But I finally I was tired of the I better get some sleep now because I was really getting into it. And like I said, I probably didn't do it right, and I don't think I got the discount, and that's all good. It's all well good. It's $10 to the cause and stuff to get information. I'm getting. I'm all about that. It's not even an issue. But the thing is, I understand. People think that, the cost is the cost, and you got to go within yourself. You have to decide if that's what you want at this point. If this is something that you're interested in. And you have to go within. And once you understand, where you're going and understand it's a tool, and especially just the glossary alone and the information just in the glossary alone, just reading the information, the true words and the frequencies behind the words and the diagrams and everything that's going on with the keys of Enoch and stuff, it just absolutely ignite a fire in you. And just makes you want to understand about the bigger picture. Because again, if we're going to destroy, annihilate, obliterate these evil, these people that have hurt our children, ourselves, our loved ones, our family, our communities, our neighborhoods. We're going to do that. We're absolutely going to do that. But what's the bigger picture? Well, the bigger picture, we're going to be going somewhere amazing. And what does that mean, Strack? It means you can manifest anything. Remember, if you're in control of the movie, you're in control of the movie. You've always been in control of the movie. You just have to remember who you are. And once you remember who you are and stuff, it becomes very apparent that you have not only control, but you can influence whatever you do within this. I call it again a holographic simulation. That's what this is. It's a holographic simulation that we've been caught in this matrix. But we're breaking out of this matrix, and we're going to do it by again doing it as a team, doing it together as the light fractals come together as one God consciousness. But I just want to say again with the Enoch, it's going to stir. Well, at least it has for me. This is again Strack. It stirred something within me that I wanted to connect with. Remember, there's always been a part, and it's like I said, if I was indoctrinated, which I have, I always say I was more indoctrinated than anyone in the history of indoctrination, which I was. But there always had to be a missing link. Well, the missing link is that tool, and the tool you're going to be using in the keys of Enoch. So again, once you understand and start looking at the definitions and the glossary and looking at the words and the true meaning of words, understand that God's frequency is numbers. God speaks in numbers, and the numbers line up and the words line up, and the tool is the tool to get you toward ascension, to find your truth, your inner light, your love and light, your truth from within, finding God from within. And understand again, it's the divine feminine and divine masculine energy. And it's all part of all of us. And that's why they've tried so hell-bent to not let us know that other part of that story of the divine feminine energy. That's why they didn't allow a lot of the women in this religious institutions, especially in the higher, you'll never hear of a pope being a woman. Hell no, that's not what they believe in. Not hear no pope or no a woman being a cardinal or a bishop. No, that's not who they are. They're satanic. They're evil. They practice this Trinitarian Babylonian Old Talmudic religion that they practice, and they get us to believe in this Roman Catholic Church narrative, which absolutely is just a fallacy. But again, I'm not saying will never tell you what to believe in, but understand religion is just exactly that. It's religion. It's religion to what? Religion to them. Legion to them. Roman legion. Yeshua said when he talked to the demon, he said he confronted the demons that the guy was possessed. He said, "What's your name?" He said, Legion. We are many. That's exactly what they do. They use a religion to keep you in this matrix. When you understand they've been using religion, legion to them, you understand that this is just a, it's an illusion. It's a fake illusion. It's an illusion of their reality that they faked in this AI narrative, this artificial intelligence narrative. That's why they're pushing this AI. AI is nothing new. AI has been around forever. They've been using AI against us forever. But remember, it's AI versus your God consciousness, your natural God consciousness, your God spark, your Christ consciousness, versus their artificial intelligence. Remember, key word, artificial. It's fake. It's an illusion of control, which they got us to believe hook, line, and sinker through again indoctrination, through programming, through fear, and through bread and circus, through the Roman, Colosseum, their tactics and their, sports and all the bullshit and the programming, all the things that they use in order to keep you in this matrix. But you never ask the most important question. Who are you? Who are you? And once you remember who you are, in the matrix crumbles. There's nothing they can't do to stop you. And especially once you understand that fear doesn't exist, never existed, only existed because they allowed you to believe that bullshit. Fear does not exist. And only through programming, they get you to believe that fear exists when it doesn't believe. Now, does evil women and men exist? Yeah, based on their free will. And they're in their free will, they decide to go to the path of evil. But you didn't decide to do that because you stayed on the path. And even though you're in this reincarnation loop, and you're trying to break out of it, you're still on the right path as long as you keep going forward. And that's what you do with the keys of Enoch. You'll use that as a tool to move forward and go to the next level. And as you start to gain more and more knowledge, and you start to activate your DNA and start to remember who you are and understand, hell, I can heal myself. I can heal others. I can manifest anything because you have that ability to do that. Once you understand that and learn about the keys, you know exactly what you need to do. Remember, if you're controlling the movie, which y'all are, what's going to be the outcome? You know the outcome. You already written the outcome. You just have to fulfill and find out who you are. And once you understand who you are and stuff, where are they going to hide? Remember, Q said they won't be able to walk the streets. They won't be because you won't allow it. Will they be able to hurt you ever again? No, they won't. Will they be able to hurt the children ever again? Nope, not fucking hell no. They'll never be able to hurt the children again. The loved ones, the little girls, the little boys, all that adrenochrome, that organ harvesting, that Babylonian black magic or Babylonian oil magic. None of that shit will ever exist again. All that spell casting, all that witchery, those demons, those witches, those warlocks that they believe in, their, cannibalism that they believe in, it'll never exist. It'll never exist again because you won't allow it. That's why you're so important in this. That's why you have to understand once you know who you are. Doesn't matter what they do. Don't matter what they throw at you. Don't matter what they attempt to try to get to their agenda 2030. They're not going to succeed. Were you able to be reset many times before? Yeah, you've been reset many times before. Has Strack been reset many times before? Yeah, we've been through this many times before. We've been through this before. But this is the chance now that we're going to take it back to them. That we're going to come together as light fractals come together to one kind of consciousness. And they know as we start to awakening, the great awakening, we start to awaken more and more and using the tools of Enoch and the keys of Enoch to enhance our awakening. Where can they hide? Where can they hide? Can they hide anywhere? They can't. And can they use fear and programming to keep you in the matrix? They can't. Because you're going to notice those negative frequencies right away because you're being such a positive frequency. Everything about you is positive. So as you start to, resonate more positive and more positive frequencies, all those negative frequencies are going to stick out. And you're going to say, oh, wait a minute, that's her mirror. That's her playbook. I know that mirror. I know their playbook. You'll never be able to fool me again. And by the way, you're never going to be able to hurt my children again. You're not hurt my family again. You're not hurt my loved ones. You're not hurt my friends. You're not hurt my community. You're not hurt my neighborhood ever again. Because I recognize your mirror. I know your playbook. I know your bullshit. I know your Babylonian black magic bullshit. Exactly what it is. Our Babylonian oil magic. What's oil? Children. It's children's blood. What's energy? It's children. And we're never going to allow them to do that again, because we'll recognize their playbook. We'll know exactly who they are, and they're going to stick out. And you don't have to worry about who's going to be bad in the movie or who's going to be good in the movie. No. Based on your frequency and understanding your positive frequency, you'll be able to understand, and you'll be able to isolate and expose those negative frequencies. So you're going to have so much positive in you that you're going to see it, and you'll notice it right away. And you won't need to like even research anything. You're just based on your frequency, sound, vibration, 369, keys of the universe. Based on your frequency, sound, and vibration, you'll be able to expose those negative frequencies. And that's where you're going. And so what an amazing time. What an amazing time. And what an amazing gift to be able to be with one another and find one another as we truly find another. Remember, we never lost. We were never lost and stuff. And there are people like, wow, man, am I the one that think like this? No, you're not the one that thinks like this. Remember, you just found your family. You just found the fractals of light are trying to come together as one. That's the Great Awakening. And that's what we're truly here for, to find one another and help one another, help humanity, help each other not only survive in this, but we're talking about longevity. We're talking about the gift of living forever. As long as you're in a positive frequency, there's nothing they can't do. They can't do anything about that. That's why they're so jealous. That's why they want to sever your God consciousness, your God spark, your Christ consciousness. Because they can sever it, they can capture you. You're not going to allow them to capture you. As long as you stay on the path, as long as you don't use your free will to go to the side of evil, there's nothing they can do to you at this point. And they've tried. They've tried to poison you. They've tried, geoengineering, chemtrails. They've made us into cannibals. They did everything. They've given us vaccines and all this bullshit. They've tried everything to kill us at this point. But you're still here. And you're stronger than you've ever been, ever, in the history of ever. And you're getting stronger as you go more into this Great Awakening. Well, once you start to understand the keys of Enoch, you understand about the amazing frequencies and the tools, again, that the creator, the prime creator, source spirit, the divine feminine, divine masculine energy, just wants you to rediscover again. Where can they go? Where can they hide? You won't allow them to ever exist again. That's the power of what you truly are, and that's your light. Because everything about you is light, a positive light, a radiant light. You're going back to your light being. You're a light being. You've always been a light being, but you're actually going back to the light. You're going back to the source. You're going back to the prime creator. Now, is this going to be a hell of a bumpy road as we go more into this? Possibly. Remember, they have to give the illusion that they're going to win this because they're going to capture everyone. We have to capture everyone. We have to give the illusion that they're going to win. They're going to get to their 2030. Oh, they're going to succeed to get to their 2030. Are they? You know that. No way in hell they're going to succeed. Remember, it's Sun Tzu, the art of war. You never stop the enemy what's in the process of destroying itself. Also, Sun Tzu, the art of war. In every great battle plan, there's an element of deception. Well, just when they think they're going to win, and they think they're going to get to their one new world order, you're going to flip it on the freaking head. You're going to flip it on their freaking head, and they won't even know what hit them. That's the Elijah moment. Right? When you understand who you are, and you remember who you are, you find that inner light, that love and light and the truth from within, and find God within. And once you find God from within, you have the armor of God around you. You always have. You just have to remember who you are. Once you understand who you are, is there anything they can do to defeat you? No, you'll never be defeated. Will you ever surrender? No. The only time you'll surrender is when you ascend. And when you surrender all those negative frequencies. And once you surrender all those negative frequencies back to the prime creator source spirit, the divine feminine, divine masculine energy, it's all wiped away. And then what from that point on is there? What from that point on? What happens then, Strack? It's all positive frequencies. It's all positive frequencies from that time. And then even though time's relevant, time doesn't exist. Because remember, a God consciousness exists. Does time exist? No. Time doesn't exist. They use time to keep us in this matrix. They created time to keep us in this matrix. A God consciousness has nothing to do with time. But once we understand exactly how they've actually kept us in this matrix, and the methods and the tools and the mirror and the playbook they use to keep us in the matrix, and we expose them through their negative frequencies because we're going to emit so much positive frequencies, where can they hide? They can't hide anymore. They can't escape. They can't escape what's coming. They can't escape accountability either. And will you hold them accountable? Absolutely, because you're going to manifest it. So, and once you understand, you can manifest anything. That's why they use algorithms, AI, artificial intelligence to influence your dreams, to get inside your head. Remember, they can put voices in your head, do all sorts of shit with their technology they do, that they did reverse engineering. Well, will these technologies, these evil AI technologies, these algorithms, these things they use against us, will they ever have another effect on you ever again? No, they won't. Because you won't allow it. Because you're going to be such a positive state. You're not going to fear anything. You're not going to fear them. That's for damn sure. You're going to understand exactly how that was trying to program you. And they're going to actually reverse it back on them. You're going to manifest their destruction. And that's what they're leading to. They're going down, they're going the path to their destruction, and they're destroying themselves. And you're seeing it, and you're witnessing it in real time. That's the amazing thing about this. And not only are you witnessing it in real time, we're coming together as light fractals are coming together as one God consciousness, to unite as one God consciousness, to watch the eradication of all evil in the entire realm. And what an amazing day that'll be, when all they're going to be nothing but positivity. You don't have to worry about no one ever have to be trafficked again, especially a child. No more slavery. No more of their systems. All their systems will be depleted, annihilated, obliterated, destroyed. We won't live in systems. We'll live together as consciousness. We'll live together as light beings. And we'll do everything we have to do as far as being positive towards humanity and helping one another. What an incredible light that you are. And it's absolutely a privilege and honor to be with you in the spiritual battle. And that's what I'm going to say about it. That's what it is. It is what it is, and what a beautiful thing it is. You are a light being, and you're absolutely amazing. It's absolutely honor. Yes, sir.
I just want to get all the links in there, because this is going to be like boom, boom, boom. When you see all the connections.
Yes, sir.
Now. All right, let's do this, huh? So, Partners in Health, Boston, Massachusetts-based nonprofit. Of course, all these people. But the goals of the organization is to bring benefits of modern medical science to those in need of them, serve as an antidote to despair. I've repeated before, right? Cute. While many of its principles are rooted in liberation theology, the organization is secular. Liberation theology, huh? Oh. Detractors have called it Christianized Marxism. So, Latin American liberation theology met opposition in the United States, which it accused of using Marxist concepts and led to admonishment by the Vatican's Congregation for the Doctrine of Faith. So, let me get this straight. We have a picture of a Bolivian giving Pope Francis a hammer and a sickle. It's not even a hammer, it's a cross. Like, he made it like out of a cross, and it's a hammer and sickle, and he's like, yeah, this is great. It's like, symbolism will be their downfall, right? So, back to Partners in Health, because this gets like way out there. So here's that Tracy Kidder's the New York Best Times Mountains Beyond Mountains, the quest of Dr. Paul Farmer, a man who would cure the world. Are you sure about that? Because the key people, the CEO is Gary Gottlieb. Please tell me if anybody can recognize the word Gottlieb and what relation there. President and CEO of Partners in Health since July 2015. And until then, it was President and CEO of Partners Healthcare. You don't say. And is a professor of psychiatry at Harvard Medical School. He's appointed to the Institute of Medicine of the United States National Academy of Sciences. IOM, you say, huh? Because IOM in the UN is the International Organization of Migration. Don't say. Prior to coming to Boston, he spent 15 years in Philadelphia. 1983, arrived at the University of Pennsylvania as a Robert Wood Johnson Foundation clinical scholar. Now, every time you see these foundations, it should scare the hell out of everybody. Now, thing is, I know somebody here is going to be really pissed off about this. He's a past president of the American Association of Geriatric Psychiatry and has published in Geriatric Psychiatry and Healthcare Policy. He received his BS cum laude from the Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute and his MD from Albany Medical College of Union University, a 6-year accelerated biomedical program. He completed his internship and residency and served as chief resident in New York University Bellevue Medical Center. Bellevue, huh? Like insane asylums. But that Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute, I know that's going to piss somebody off that I talked to last night because that's where he went. He's a fucking genius. Beyond genius. Like, top tier. So, Partners in Health began in 1987 after Paul Farmer and Ophelia Dahl helped set up a community-based health project in Cange, Haiti, known as Zanmi Lasante, Partners in Health. But it's just LZ, or ZL, right? Organization initially focused on treating people with HIV/AIDS in rural Haiti. PIH now embraces a holistic approach to tackling disease, poverty, and human rights in a variety of countries. Now, John D. and Catherine T. MacArthur Award. So he won $1 million award from them, and he created a new arm of Partners in Health, the Institute for Health and Social Justice. They got to have that social justice in there, right? Nothing screams Marxism more than social justice warriors, right? Its mission is to analyze the impact of poverty and inequality on health, and to use these findings to educate academics, donors, policymakers, and general public. Partners in Health work in unique in many ways. It collaborates closely with Harvard Medical School and the Brigham and Women's Hospital. Invitation local government at the invitation of local governments. Remember that. It strengthens and sustains public health systems in remote rural areas. It trains and hires local healthcare workers, many of whom actively find patients in their community and help them get care. When you see how this goes, it's a nightmare. It helps local experts conduct academic research that leads to clinical innovation. Famous supporters: Madonna, Meryl Streep, Ryan Lewis, Wynn Butler, and this guy from Arcade Fire. Remember that Madonna one? Remember, Meryl Streep was a CIA drug mule. She's deep in the CIA. Remember, all of Hollywood, they have to go through CIA in order to get their movies. So that means that they're all agents. So it's ZL, Partners in Health and Haitian Creole. It's the flagship project, the oldest, largest, and most ambitious and most replicated. Note that. Small community clinic that first started treating patients in the village of Cange in 1985 had grown into ZL Socio-Medical Complex, featuring a 104-bed full-service hospital, 2 operating rooms, adult and pediatric inpatient wards, an infectious disease center, the Thomas J. White Center, of course, an outpatient clinic, a women's health clinic, ophthalmology and general medicine clinics, a laboratory, a pharmaceutical warehouse, a Red Cross blood bank. That should pique some interest. Radiographic services, and a dozen schools. Organization has now expanded its operation to 11 other sites across Haiti's Central Plateau and beyond, Today, ZL ranks as the largest non-governmental healthcare provider in Haiti, serving a catchment area of 4.5 million. ZL employs over 5,700 people, almost all of them Haitians, including doctors, nurses, and community health workers. So, their community-based model proved successful in delivering effective care for most common conditions like diarrhea, pneumonia, childbirth that often prove fatal for Haiti's poor and malnourished, and for complex diseases like HIV and tuberculosis. Key to the success to the PIH model of care pioneered in Haiti had been training and hiring thousands of, community health workers. So, these community health workers go into these homes, right? So what are they doing? They're taking a tally on who's sick, what adults are sick, how many kids they have, write it down, go back. They always keep account of the children. The PH model of, healthcare, community health workers is outlined a 5-spice framework, a scholarly article detailing the tenets of a successful community health worker program. Use of these community health workers is one of the most effective ways of removing structural barriers that prevent adequate treatment of HIV and other chronic diseases while increasing job growth in communities that desperately require employment to further benefit the social structure of the community. So how's Haiti going right now? Pretty good, right? I mean, they should be fucking top notch. I mean, everybody's pouring money. I mean, remember the Clinton Foundation they collected all this money. They built 3 houses in all of Haiti. Focusing on minimizing the implication of structural violence is the key to PIH's model success and the improvement of treatment of chronic disease in rural Haiti. Minimizing the implications of structural violence. Maybe if you're trying to steal their kids, they're going to get a little violent. A little bit. But then they expanded in Haiti, right? Go figure, right? All this shit, great. Response to Haiti earthquake. When the earthquake struck Haiti on January 12, 2010, Partners in Health, ZL Resources, were in place to deliver aid. It's almost as if they knew it was going to happen. Now, when you think about all this, like with everything with Haiti, right? Why is Haiti so big in the drops, right? All stems from there. Remember, this is what they made the model from in order to go to Africa and pull all their other bullshit. The earthquake left most of the health facilities in and around Port-au-Prince in ruins, including Haiti's only public teaching hospital and nursing school. So, in March 2010, Partners in Health responded to an urgent appeal from the Haitian Ministry of Public Health and Population by announcing, now, I'm not even, when you hear this, by announcing a 3-year, $125 million plan to help Haiti build back better, called the Stand With Haiti campaign. Part of the plan included a scaled-up version of an already planned hospital. Build back better. But, you know, that's not the only place that did it. Peru. So, Socios en Salud, the SES, maybe that's the S in drops, has been providing medical service in Lima. It's now Peru's largest non-governmental healthcare organization, serving an estimated population of 700,000 inhabitants, many who have fled from poverty and political violence in Peru's countryside. That's cute, but it's always TB and HIV. Always. SES treated more than 10,500 people for the multi-drug resistant TB in Lima. SES is currently in conducting the world's largest TB research study called the EPI project, funded by a National Institutes of Health grant. Jesus. The project seeks to understand how MDR-TB and XDR-TB spreads between people living in close quarters. Don't say. Then they go to Mexico. Residents of southern Mexican state of Chiapas, including millions of indigenous Maya, have long struggled with poverty, political violence, and dismal health conditions. It's burdened with extremely high rates of maternal mortality, infant mortality, and TB when compared to other states of Mexico. Partners in Health, known locally as CES, began working in Mexico in 2011. They aim to provide a more reliable community-based alternative by training and employing local community health promoters called promoters. Are we seeing what they're doing here? They're hiring these people and they're going out and they're finding out where all the people are. You know, oh, well, how many kids do they have? Because when you see what they did later, it's really, really shitty. Let's see, it's marginalized people. This the team for the support of community health and education was established in 1985 by a small group of Mexican health promoters. They initially worked with Guatemalan refugee communities in Chiapas border region and later expanded work to other marginalized people in Chiapas. So if they're working with all these refugees, so Partners in Health has something to do with this whole invasion because they know where everybody is, right? Russia. They only did a little bit in Russia. In the Tomsk Oblast in Siberia, PIH has been working since 1998 in collaboration with the Russian Ministry of Health to combat one of the world's worst epidemics of drug-resistant TB. Funny they can come out with, you know, the COVID-19 thing right away, but they've been fighting TB and AIDS, and I guess because when you create them, you just keep it going. Say, nothing yet. Can't do it. So Let's see, Partners Health began working with local clinicians to improve treatment of MDR-TB in Tomsk in 1998. Of course, because who was in office in 1998? Clintons. Joint effort got a major boost in 2004 when assisted Partners in Tomsk in securing a 5-year, $10.8 million grant from the Global Fund to fight AIDS, tuberculosis, and malaria for efforts to improve prevention, diagnosis, and treatment of TB and MDR-TB. Lesotho was PH's second project in Africa and the first in a country suffering from extremely high prevalence of HIV. Approximately 1/4 of Lesotho's adult population is HIV positive, and life expectancy in the tiny mountain kingdom has plummeted to less than 40 years. In addition, the Lesotho people are being ravaged by a second epidemic, TB. Their TB rate is among the highest in the world, and TB spreads rapidly and is particularly deadly where many people's immune system are weakened by HIV. When you hear the whole HIV thing, and we have the patent for it too, so there's no denying it. The PIH project in Lesotho was launched in 2006 following an invitation from the Lesotho Ministry of Health in consultation with partners in Rwanda, the Clinton HIV/AIDS Initiative, now known as the Clinton Health Access Initiative, about where to replicate that successful model elsewhere in Africa. What successful model are you talking about? It said nothing about curing people. Nothing at all. But let's go to Rwanda. IMB has been working in Rwanda since 2005 in partnership with government of Rwanda and the Clinton Health Access Initiative. IMB's work support the Ministry of Health to comprehensively strengthen the public health system in rural, undeserved areas of the country. Initially, PIH and CHAI began by implementing a pilot project in 2 rural districts, Kazonia and Kirchi in Rwanda's eastern province. Building off of PH's approach in Haiti, How to Steal Kids, the project was designed as a comprehensive and primary healthcare model within the public sector. The approach used HIV/AIDS prevention and care as an entry point to build capacity to address the major health problems faced by the local population. Haitian physicians, nurses, and managers traveled to Rwanda extensively in the early years of the program to provide training and program design assistance. Hold up. So you're sending people from Haiti, Paul Farmer's flagship, over to Rwanda to do this. Nice. And they also have another, Ministry of Health Rwanda opening another Butaro district hospital. 156 beds. Cute. Now it gets creepy. In early 2000, Malawi. In early 2007, Abzu, Partners in Health in Chikiwa, started treating patients and training community health workers in the southwest corners of Malawi, one of the poorest and most densely populated countries in Africa. The Clinton Hunter Development Initiative. I did not mean to hit that, but oh well. Targeted Malawi as a country desperately needing a rural health project to address the devastating HIV/AIDS epidemic in the region. About 14% of Malawi's adult population is infected with HIV, and hundreds of thousands of children have been orphaned by the disease. So please tell me again where they're getting the kids. Because remember, we have to go back to the top. Who's one of the big supporters? Madonna. Where did Madonna get her kid? Malawi. CHDI asked Partners in Health to replicate the Rural Initiative program that had proven so successful in delivering HIV treatment and comprehensive primary health care in Rwanda and Lesotho. 2010, Abzu tested 17,606 patients for HIV. The organization clinics logged 332,619 patient visits. Abzu supported 889 children, allowing them to attend school and receive food. But no, they have one in Mali, they have one in Liberia, they have one in Burundi, In Asia, they have one in Nepal. Central America, they have one in Guatemala. BIH has also previously worked in Kazakhstan and Dominican Republic. You clearly can't make this shit up. At all. At all. So we got Jay coming in for a couple minutes. Hey, Jay, what is up?
Well, what's up, Strack?
What is going on?
Good. You guys doing well?
Yeah, ain't nothing going on with the rent.
I figure I'd lighten up your conversations a bit here. Kind of pop
There's
in.
no lightening this up.
Yeah.
Nightmare.
Cool. Hey guys, I just wanted to show you everybody. Thanks everybody again. I wanted to show you the update of the Enoch series. We've been doing it. So remember, just about a week and a half ago, maybe 2 weeks ago, we just talked conceptually about what you were going to see. Let me show you all what it's looking like now. This is really incredible. So here you go, guys. So you're going to have a link in the description below, right? And remember, there's a series. We're at that point right now where it's the series, right? So we're building upon this, you're seeing. But about a couple of weeks ago, there was nothing. It was just, we're pulling it together, and here's what's available for you right now. You have 8 episodes. There's more in editing that are still ready to get out there. We're going to be constantly recording on this. Again, you know, guys, this is just, and ladies, this is just an incredible way to get this kind of body of work interpreted, you know, from you, Jason, you know, the way that they're used to getting it experienced, if you would. So look at all this, guys. I mean, this is amazing right now. So you can, if you want to, we still have it available. I don't know how much longer because it doesn't seem to make sense, but we still have it available for like $10 an episode. But look at it already here. You've already got 8. The math's already been done, if that makes sense. So the series is offered for like $98.98, and there'll be a $10 coupon code. Type in the word keys, okay, when you go ahead and register for that, so you get the $10 off. My information's in the description as always. So if you, for any reason, have any questions on how to access it, you know, you need our customer service. They'll help you get access to it. It's pretty easy. Make sure when you do, everybody, if you're already watching the series or right now, check to make sure every time. Like, so when you watch a series and you leave for a while, it may log you out. So just sign back in. Otherwise, it's going to look like you have to pay again, and that's not what you have to do. Okay. But again, if you have any questions or anything on that, you let me know. But it's an amazing series. It's getting a lot of value. We're getting amazing comments on it. So I want to thank you all for your love and support as we roll this out, you know, collectively, to really get everybody kind of aligned and conscious to, you know, make stuff happen. So what am I missing, brother? Anything else?
There's a question that, hi Jay, I can't get to watch any of the Enoch series. I paid in full, but it doesn't open. Just takes me back to the pay page again. You just have to go to the sign in, right?
Got to go to sign in. So
yeah, you got to go to sign in.
Yeah,
and you have to sign in every time.
Yeah, just sign in on that. And if not, then if you have any trouble, text the number and we'll get one of our tech people to walk you through it. It takes like 10 seconds, you know. But on that, but that's generally what it is. Because once you're paid, you got to sign in, and it'll have like let me just kind of give you an example of what it would look like. Hold on, I'll show you guys. Let me show you here. I gotta do this thing. So when you sign in, basically, it's gonna look like you've already. It's gonna say kind of like your library. Let me get in real quick here. Okay. Oh, there. I guess I can help if I shared screen. So guys, this is what it looks like when you're signed in. Everything's open right here. Just make sure you are signed in. It's going to say start watching. It's going to let you know what you got available there to you. So, you know, it'll let you continue where you left off. So again, rule of thumb, just make sure you're signed in on this one. All right. So again, my information's on the description below. If you have any questions at all on how to order it, it's pretty simple. Just click on the link below, and then make sure you do put in the coupon code keys in there to get the $10 off there. Okay. What's up in your world, brother?
Yeah.
That's good. I got you.
Sanity. It's that sanity thing. I just can't find it because this shit's going off the rails now. I mean, it's ugly.
Yeah.
So, but at least we're finding it.
Yeah.
You know.
You know, listen, I hope everybody's enjoying it. Leave your comments, leave your questions. We got a long journey ahead. We're recording again this week. So we're recording every week. So you're going to see new things evolve on this again. So just make your comments on there, make your notes. And remember, one thing I can always leave you with, which we'll continually say, Don't worry about trying to internalize it all at once. It gets into your subconscious, you guys. So just remember that. It's going to be embedded in there, whether you know it or not. It'll be there. It'll be in your psyche. You'll start to all of a sudden pull this stuff out of midair and be like, how did I know that? And that's the purpose of this, is realizing the power of how to tap that essence of it, so you know how to manifest. Because when you go to manifest, it comes from your subconscious level. When you go to do things or acquire things, it comes from your subconscious level. You know, you have to believe in this stuff. You just can't think that's what I got to say. So, you know, this will help you internally believe it. So, love to you all. Hope you guys are doing well today. And
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
We're having fun, you know, it's turned into a hot mess, it seems, because
more
the
documents.
players can't get their fucking hands on everything.
Shrek,
Yeah,
how's your show going, brother?
I did it, you know, but I didn't put the keys in. So, but here's the thing: that $10, hey, I'll just put that to cause, because I've got way more than $10 worth of information. So
Thank you, brother. I appreciate that. Yeah, well, just again, you know, anybody, you know, I tell you, and I know a lot of people get really excited and they try to keep ordering it. Don't order it twice. If you've ordered it once and you paid for it, there's no reason to go back in and pay for it again. Just text us. We'll get it.
Yeah, I paid for the first episode, and like I said, I hit it again. But I think I didn't put the keys in there and stuff, so it automatically, you know,
yeah, well, reach out to us so we can credit you, because
no, it's to the cause. I've got way more enough than $10 worth of information.
All right, well, we appreciate the love, brother. I really do. Thanks for that. All right, listen, love to you guys. Enjoy your day today. Happy Sunday, or whatever you're talking about.
It's not happy, bro. It's not. It's just.
Well, keep them informed, man. Keep them informed.
Oh, that's what we're doing.
You guys do. Do what you guys do. It's good to see you,
You got,
Scott.
man.
You too, sir.
All right.
Bye-bye.
See you Wednesday. Man, that whole series, I mean, if it wasn't for Jane April, there's no way that we could have got this series done. No way. There's no way I could have done that. We Not Me. No way. At all. That's why I went to him. I'm like, hey, you know, about this keys, you know, we want to do something to actually expose, because it's all coming to fruition right now.
Yes, sir.
So it's like, is there a way that we could do this and, you know, set it up? I mean, that's honestly the cheapest we could do it, you know, because I mean, it cost, you know, money to set everything up. And then if you think about it, it's like, for once, it's like my time should be worth something.
Yes, sir.
You know, because it's taken away from that. It's like all the work, it's like 2 days a week, I'm concentrating on that, and the other 5 working on this. So it's like constant, just go, go, go. So if, you know, it's one of those, if it resonates with you, good. If it doesn't, you know, it's no big deal.
Exactly.
But, you know, just, it's one of those things where, you know, being negative about it doesn't help, you know? So it's one of those things. I mean, you're going to have people complain about everything and anything. So I let it just run off my back, because it's not that I don't care. It's just, I really don't care. I just don't give. I mean, we put out more information in the past 5 years than any other site out there.
So,
and we've done nothing but, you know, out of love and everything like that. But, you know, love's not paying the internet bill. Love's not paying the NIPSCO bill. So, I mean, it's either that or I just say, fuck it all and just go back to work. So you guys take your pick. It's simple as that. I mean, I really don't have much to say else about that. You know, if everybody else's time is worth something, then why isn't ours? I mean, it's not like, you know, we're not, you know, that's just this week. So yeah, we're getting shit done. Back to the ugly. Back to the ugly.
Yeah, like I said, you know, I messed up with the deal, but I'm telling you right now, that $10 to the cause, I've got way more than $10 worth of information on that. If $10 is the worst, the least of my worries getting the information I got so far in the keys and stuff. No, see, I'm not even gonna I'm gonna ask for it back. It's just I don't think like that. This is something that, again, it's our higher consciousness, and your higher consciousness is telling you exactly where I need to be right now during this time. And it's telling me right now I need to get the keys of Enoch, and you know, rediscover the keys of Enoch. And remember, I already know about the keys of Enoch. I just have to rediscover it. I have to remember what I already remembered before I was put to sleep, before the indoctrination.
Yeah,
so it's absolutely incredible. And as I'm going through the keys, JQ, it's igniting a fire in me. Now I want to get. Now it's like I tell you what, I want to take them all down, and I want to help everyone I come in contact with, everyone I touch, everyone I have a conversation with, anyone that I'm associated with, anyone that, you know, are spheres of influence, you know, I want to help everybody.
Yeah.
Help everybody. That's what I want to do.
And I mean, production costs, I mean, it's literally like, you know, we discussed it all. I'm like, well, you know, how much everything is. I'm like, whoa. I'm like, that's a lot. But if you think about it, if we're 8 shows in and we're at Key 105,
Mm.
it's like, there's so much. Like Key 109, Strack, guess how many verses Key 109 has? 109.
PT 109.
Yep.
There's a reason he called his book PT 109.
Mm-hmm.
No, I just watched. I just watched because I came in, I got in, you know, and everything. It was such a long trip back and everything. But the thing is, I watched Ethel. Have you seen this on what is that? What was that? I watched on Max. I think I had Max on it.
I have it.
It's called Ethel. It's about Robert Francis Kennedy's wife. Remember, they had again 11 children, and it's absolutely incredible. And you look at Ethel. I just watched the documentary and stuff, and you look at the symbolism and the numbers. I mean, come on. I mean, the numbers are all lighting up. I mean, this family, this Kennedy family, this is so important. This family is majorly important. I just want you to understand this. And Ethel, please go look at that documentary if you get a chance to watch it. It's on Max. I think I watched it on Max. I think so, or I saw it. Anyway, but I was like, I want to watch it again because there's so many numbers that are lining up. And remember, Robert Francis Kennedy, remember, they know the evil people. It's the same thing. It's the same thing like President Trump, right? Commander-in-Chief Trump. He knows all the evil people. Remember, they used to have him and invite him to the parties and stuff. He knows all about them. The same thing with the Kennedys. So they know about these organizations. They know about these secret societies. Edward Moore Kennedy, or Ted Kennedy, he was in the Society of the Owls in Hartford. So he knows about all these secret societies. He knows about all these evil people. And he knows who these people are. So remember, if the Kennedys are exactly who you think the Kennedys are, it was an amazing time. And who we're going to unveil the curtain of the AI narrative of the pedophile old man punching the AI buttons behind the curtain. I'm Oz. No, you're not. You're just a pedophile old man in a secret society punching AI buttons, artificial intelligence. But remember, these Kennedys are important. They're absolutely important. Remember, the father, POTUS, talking about, again, John Fitzgerald Kennedy, and the son, John Fitzgerald Kennedy Jr. Absolutely incredible what we're going to witness here pretty soon. Remember, it's the return of Camelot. There's also Diocletian. Remember, Diocletian, again, the emperor, who again was the 51st Roman emperor, he gave up his authority voluntarily. The prodigal son returns.
And he will.
Yes, sir.
This. So yeah, so.
But yeah, you're doing a hell of a job, man. I was like binge watching it, and I was tired. It took so long to get back to Chicago and everything. But I was like, oh, I want to watch more.
Yeah, because I mean, honestly, I wouldn't. It's a trust factor, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, I've known Jay and April for years, right? Through all this and everything, I still remember going on their show for the first time. Nervous as all hell because, it's all spiritually and everything like that. So didn't know which way it was going to go, but it's actually we have the same mindset, So when it came to this, we want to do something real special for the Keys of Enoch because it's that important in this. So going to him, it's the only person I could actually trust that could actually produce something that is, number one, family friendly.
Yes.
Number two, able to actually combine everything and have like all the links and everything dropped in and then spliced perfectly, because technology is not my strong suit at all. You know, if you think about it, there are 64 keys,
Mhm.
and if some of the keys have 109, that key has 109 verses, that's gonna be like 4 shows because we go through every key and just we pick it apart.
Oh yeah.
I mean, this is, you know, nobody else is doing it, so we thought that we might as well, and you know, and if it pays, you know, a little bit of bills around here, I mean, we're allowed to survive too.
Absolutely.
You know, I mean, it just remember there has to be an energy exchange, right? I mean, if you give, you know, it's like, you know, we have a passion for it, but you know, financially, it's just like, you know, you're pretty much strapped. It's like,
Yeah.
what do you do? It's like,
We're going back to the barter system. And
Mhm.
until we go back to the barter system, we still live in this fiat imaginary illusion currency. So
Yep.
we have to play by we don't have to play by their rules, but unfortunately, we're still in the matrix. But we're breaking out of the matrix and stuff. But the barter system is going to be going forward.
and that's, I mean, everything going forward is great, but you know, we have to live in the now for the time being. So,
Sure.
you know, and yeah, I know people are gonna be like, oh, you know, Jay, this. It's like, look, you know, it's one of those things where, you know, if you agree, disagree, whatever, you know, that's on you. You know, that's your opinion. But I don't see, you know, all these places saying, hey, we'll publish this, we'll do that, we'll do this. And think that people are like, oh, you're gonna write, why the fuck would I write a book about this shit? What am I supposed to give that away for free too? Fuck. I mean, no. I mean, you know, you've got people out there like that Dustin Nemo's fucking character and shit like that. You know, they're making, remember, they're all patriots making 6 figures a month and shit like that. And this, it's like literally like, you know, fucking times so bad you gotta jack the dog off to feed the cat. You know what I mean?
Right.
Poor little Louis fucking spent.
Or-
It's like shit. It's like fuck. I mean, but I mean, I just let that shit roll off my back because I just don't care. It's
You're exactly where you need to be right now.
Yeah,
brother.
if-
you're higher conscious, that's what it is.
I mean, if I cared about what people thought of me, then I'd be a liberal. Because I'd be crying all the time, oh, this social justice. That's like, you know, just fucking, hey, if you can't do it, if it interests you, great. If it doesn't, it's not a problem, you know.
Remember, time was created by them. Remember, time's
Mhm.
relative. But we're going to use their time. We're going to use their revelation. We're going to use their timetable. We're going to use their time, their thing that they created time. We're going to use that against them. We're going to expose them through, again, the systems that they've in place to keep us in the matrix. We're going to expose them through them systems, and they're going to actually destroy themselves. They're going to see, you're going to watch them destroy themselves.
Oh yeah. And this is man, this whole thing is like, because last Thursday, you know, we had an incident with one of the cats and all that, and well, that incident's nice. But so we had to cut it short, and it's like it blew my mind knowing that Thursday, the 12th, was the same day that John Fitzgerald Kennedy and Jacqueline Lee Bouvier tied the knot. Also, just was it 5 or 7 years later, I believe? It's when he had the speech, we'll go to the moon.
Yeah.
Same day. Nothing to see here. Nothing at all. But this Partners in Health, we found a curriculum for psychologists and social workers. Remember, the key therapist in the drops. So why would the participant manual say introduction to agitation, delirium, and psychosis? It's almost as if they're trying to institutionalize people so that they can take their kids. Because who's real big in the you know, the trafficking over in Haiti and remember Laura Silsby, and then she ended up changing her name to Laura Collier, and now she's working for the Amber Alert system. I mean, come on. This is
How evil is that? The system they use to find the kids, they tell us, is actually using them to traffic the kids. It's just evil. They're pure evil.
oh shit, where is it? I'll find it. I had one up. So we are going to take a little trip down little Szechuan Alley. Good old Jim Young Kim, also known as Kim Young, physician anthropologist, served as the 12th president of the World Bank since July 1st, 2012. Global health leader, formerly chair of the Department of Global Health and Social Medicine, guys. Remember we talked about scientific socialism? They even came out with the document, January 2019, Social Science and Epidemics, Influenza and SARS Lessons Learned. As soon as you hear lessons learned, it should pique some interest, because there's also where's it?
Yeah, science is Satanism. That's what it is. You
Yeah.
substitute science with Satanism. That's what you got.
Yep.
As a Jesuit.
I'm gonna set this up real quick. I got a video real quick. Oh,
Yes, sir.
in defense of President Trump. Seemed like Elon Musk put something out. Share the video, shall we? We shall.
My father immigrated from Haiti to the United States in the late 60s as a teenager, and I want to talk about these recent comments about the Haitians in Springfield, Ohio. My father immigrated from Haiti to the United States in the late 60s as a teenager, and I want to talk about these recent comments about the Haitians in Springfield, Ohio. First, I want to say my father and I are now estranged, but I did know him in my very, very young years, and when he immigrated, he was one person, and they weren't sending, thousands of Haitians in one area. He wasn't eating people's pets, and he didn't practice voodoo. But he did say that most of the island, the majority of the island, does practice voodoo. The reason they eat cats is for two reasons. Number one is survival. This is the poorest country in the Western Hemisphere. You can't just go to a food bank like you can here, or just go to McDonald's and get some free or cheap food. Unless, of course, there's a Christian missionary there. People in the United States have a really hard time imagining that type of thing, but it is true. Second, they do animal sacrifices for their religion, voodoo. They make these animal sacrifices to these gods for different reasons. You can do your own research on this. Do I think voodoo is a demonic religion? Yes, I do. That doesn't mean, obviously, that doesn't mean that you hate these people. These people need prayer. But you can't just take over all these people from another country and expect it to work. Not to mention, it doesn't fix the problems of that country. And there's more people left in Haiti that we can bring over. It's not racist to acknowledge that this is a problem. It's not racist to talk about these things that are happening. This is not just white Americans saying this is black Americans. You can look at the people in Springfield, Ohio saying this. y'all just want to joke about Trump and say that he's crazy for saying that this is happening instead of actually checking at all to see if this is happening.
So, isn't it funny that he would bring that up and automatically Dave Moore's like, oh yeah, we called the city manager. Why did you just call the mayor? Why'd you call the city manager? And of course, Cut Mullahs, her little fucking facial expression and shit like that's like, you see why Haiti's so big now? You see why, her and Tim Walz and all them, how they're all like, oh, Trump's the devil, Trump's evil, because they're all a part of this sick and twisted fucking system.
Yeah, Clinton's a Haiti witch doctor.
Yep.
Ceremony.
Yeah, that's who married him, a Haitian witch doctor, performed a voodoo ceremony, and that's how. But that's all here or there, right? That's all conspiracy theory. Fuck you, conspiracy theory. It's all bullshit. Now, Jim Yong Kim, co-founder and executive director of Partners in Health, before serving as president of Dartmouth College from 2009 to 2012, becoming the first Asian American president of an Ivy League institution. Yep. World's 50th, named the world's 50th most powerful person by Forbes. List of world's most powerful people. Somebody needs to blind this motherfucker with dental floss and dump him off in a river. This guy's a prick. So he went to Harvard Medical School, anthropology. Harvard University in 1993. He was among the first enrollees of Harvard's experimental MD PhD program in the social sciences. There you go. Partners in Health organization began with a radical new community-focused healthcare program in Haiti. It takes a village, right? I wonder where they got the community-focused healthcare. Bullshit. So it's expanded in Peru, like we said before. But then after that, he went to the World Health Organization, right? He's appointed director of WHO's HIV/AIDS department after having success creating programs to fight the disease at PH. What success has anybody found about curing AIDS? Zero. If anything, they're the ones that created it. Fauci and them. Of course, we know that. Kim oversaw all of WHO's work related to HIV/AIDS, focusing on initiatives to help developing countries scale up their treatment, prevention, and care programs. This included an ambitious 3x5 initiative. It's 555. And also 3 times 5 is 15, which is a 6. That was designed to put 3 million people in developing countries on AIDS treatment by the end of 2005. The goal was not met until 2007, but according to WHO, the WHO served to push the treatment strategy for AIDS in Africa further and faster than could otherwise been hoped. As of 2012, the program has treated more than 7 million Africans with HIV. Well, I'll go back to the other room and I'll bring up something that is just going to be ugly. So if you got something you want to talk about real quick, I'll go ahead and stop sharing because I'm going to find that because it's big.
No, I was going to say, when I was stationed in Korea, I had 2 tours there and stuff because they're called hardship tours. So the year tour. So I was there twice, not 2 years in a row, just 1 year. And then I went to war for a bunch of times. And then I went back. So I did 2 hardship tours in Korea. And when we were there, we went to an operation called Team Spirit. And so we were down, you know, because I was in the 2nd Infantry Division in Camp Casey. It's about 10 clicks away from the DMZ, 10 kilometers away from the DMZ. But when you went down to Team Spirit and stuff, it was down south into the rural area outside of Osan Air Force Base, down outside of Seoul. And Seoul was like, back then, it was like the 4th largest city in the world during that time. So when I was in Korea and stuff, and we were trained with the ROK soldiers, Republican out of Korea soldiers and stuff, they had these Kgogi farms. And I was on tanks and stuff, and I was looking, and I was like, what the hell are we listening to over here? And hear these dogs, and you hear they were suffering. And I was like, what the hell? And one of my sergeants and stuff, because I was just enlisted, said, oh, those are dog farms. Dog farms? What the hell do you mean dog farms? Oh, they're eating dogs over there. You're using the meat and stuff to the dogs. And it was interesting because they said, oh, it's Kgogi. But again, there was especially with the American soldiers, one of the popular dishes over in Korea that a lot of American soldiers were, eating was called bulgogi and rice. So it was beef and rice, right? Well, interesting. You just substitute again Kgogi, and it could be Kgogi and rice. You wouldn't know what the hell you're eating and stuff. But remember, if they're using this, and I was thinking about this, like subtle difference between Kgogi and bulgogi, right? Well, it's the same thing with the frequency, right? From 432 frequency, which is your root chakra, that's your root chakra, that's where it begins, 432 hertz. And then you go to 440, it's that subtle difference. So you have a subtle difference between bulgogi and Kgogi. You're eating beef or eating dog. Well, what's the difference? Understand, remember, if it's based on sacrifices, and they're using these sacrifices to do exactly what they want you to believe in, what they believe in. Get us to, again, through programming, to get us to believe what they want us get us to believe what they are trying to get us to believe in, because that's what they believe in. That's their part of their religion. They're part of their sacrifices. Their demonic, satanic, blood ritual sacrifices. Well, they do these things called burnt offerings. So the burnt offerings are the animal sacrifices. So all sorts of different animals, right? It could be a dog, could be a cat, could be anything and stuff. It has to be a sacrifice. But especially they go into the children, because the children are the innocence of us, right? They're especially from the age of, from their baby to the time they're 7, because again, their endocrine system, with their pineal gland, and when they terrorize a child at that young of age and stuff, they secrete a pheromone, and that's where they get the adrenaline from. Well, the same thing what they're doing with the puppies and the dogs and stuff they were doing over there in the Kgogi factories. And you heard the same thing when they do the same thing with VIL, right? How do you think VIL, what do you think they do? They torture those animals. They torture those baby animals. Well, the same concept when they're torturing a baby animal to get a piece of VIL, and they're doing the same thing in Korea for Kgogi, or these dog farms. Well, you think the same thing they're doing when they're eating your children? They're torturing those children. It's what they believe in. It's a part of their Babylonian black magic bullshit. They have to torture that child before they eat the child. The same thing with the dogs. They have to torture the dogs and the cats and stuff before they eat them. The same thing with the VIL. It's the same bullshit. Remember, if we are, and this is the amazing thing, people are like, oh, Strack, I like a good steak. Oh, I like a good steak too. We understand, as we go into this ascension process, do you think we're going to be eating animals anymore? You think we're going to be eating processed foods? You think we're going to be anything involved in anything that they've got us to believe in? And don't get me wrong, I'm not saying I'm a vegetarian. I'm not saying that. I can't say that lie. That'd be a lie if I said that. But the thing is, as we go toward our ascension, you think we're going to be eating animals? You think we're going to be eating all these processed food, all this poison? You think we're going to eat the suffering of animals? Have you ever been to a slaughterhouse? Have you ever seen the animals being systematically, and it's a system, Remember, they use systems. They're being systematically killed and processed for your consumption. Well, does that make any logical sense? So as we go toward, again, ascension, and I'm not saying I'm there yet, because you put a steak in front of me right now, medium rare, I'm pretty sure I'll devour it, some bitch. But the thing is that when we going toward ascension, as we're starting to awaken, you think we're going to even be a part of this whole freaking Talmudic Babylonian black magic bullshit and this eating of animals? Because remember, they're Scythian beings, because again, and we're going to a crystalline base. You think we're going to have anything? You think we're going to eat animals? You think we're going to have to, any of these systems, like, if we're going toward free energy, you think we're going to have all these systems of a grid? You think they're going to use energy from the children's energy? You think they're going to use the Babylonian blood magic or the black magic or the oil of the blood? That's where the Rockefellers got big in the Standard Oil. Because there it is. They're trafficking children. That's where the Bushes are, the Scherf family. They were trafficking children. That's what oil is. Remember when you watch the Beverly Hillbillies, you're like, black gold, Texas tea. They're telling you exactly what that was. It's the blood of the children. Remember, symbolism will be their downfall. They've been in existence for a while. They've been in control for a while. And the symbolism has been in front of us for a long time. We just weren't, because we were indoctrinated through the programming, through the MK Ultra programming, and all the AI technologies, the algorithms, all the different frequencies that they're emitting to you, and the poisons and the calcifying of your pineal gland, excuse me. So again, we were indoctrinated, but do you think once we break out of this, that we're going to want to eat animals? Or we're going to eat processed foods? No. Remember, if we're light, just like President Trump, don't lie about anything, right? Oh, he said, what can cure you? Oh, radiant light. Oh, take the radiant light. Radiant light can cure you. Well, exactly what it is. Do you think the people in Tartaria, and I was because I've been really studying a lot of Tartaria lately, and you see the people are so thin and they're so in shape. You don't see a lot of them out there actually, going to the gym, and there's these big gym franchises and stuff. No, they're just all in shape. What do you think they're consuming? You think they're consuming large parts of animals? Or do you think they're going to do, they're using some other technology that, again, they've hidden from us? You think they were eating like beef, like cattle and pigs and all that stuff? Because you look at the people in Tartaria, they're thin. There's not, I don't really see a lot of pictures of a lot of fat people in Tartaria. Well, the same thing with Atlantis and Lemuria. Do you think, again, based on the free energy and the frequency, the healing, the vibrations, the sounds, based on the healing technologies, the healing modalities and stuff, you think they were consuming large animals? Do you think they were consuming all this bullshit? Remember, they present all these processed foods. Remember, they're only controlled by 6 corporations that, again, give you an illusion of choice. But no, it's just like the mainstream media. There's only 6 corporations that give you another illusion of choice. The same thing. It's always an illusion of choice when it's only just 6 corporations, 6, and another 6. They're controlling everything. It's bullshit. So do we think that we're going to be consuming all these animals? Because remember, what's part of their sacrifice? They want you to consume animals. They want to destroy animals. They want your diet to be highly, they want to turn you into cannibalism. That's why, again, they take children's blood. They take the enzymes of children. They take the livers, the kidneys. They put it in our foods, artificial flavoring, everything in with them ranking our cannibals. That's why, again, McDonald's and stuff, you have the McRib. It's seasonal, right? What's that? What's that, Strack? Well, exactly what they're telling you, exactly what it is. It's a harvest. That's why it's seasonal, because when the harvest comes, the McRib comes out. That's the eating of the children. But again, you're eating children all the time. You just don't realize you're eating anything with artificial flavoring, enzymes, livers, kidneys, vaccines. They've turned us into cannibals. So again, if this is what they believe in, and they're karmic resolution, they have to tell you the truth but deceive you in the same process. So they turn us into cannibals. You think we're going to even be eating anything that has to do with what their systems have been placed for us to eat? Like processed foods, animals, all this bullshit. It's the same concept. Remember, if we're going toward, again, because we're light being, you're a light being, you're consist of light. Remember, as you go toward, again, your ascension, you go higher in your ascension and stuff, you'll have these forms and stuff, but eventually you're going to be out of these forms, this avatar, you're going to go more to the light. Now, do we say, will you go automatically into the light? We don't see it. We won't know until we actually ascend. But the thing is, you're not going to consume, you know what I mean? You're not going to think about it. You'll be able to manifest anything. So do you think you're going to be able to, you think you want to manifest the destruction, the evil destruction of an animal? And it's so you could consume or have flavor, your taste buds could eat all this steak all day long. You think that's going to be part of this ascension? Absolutely not. You think any of their systems, that's the thing, there's all about their systems. So they use their systems to keep us in this matrix, and they use their systems to make us into cannibals. And they use their systems and to use the burnt offerings and get us to consume those burnt offerings. And remember, I'm not saying I'm there yet. No. But the thing is, when we're going toward there, when we're going toward ascension track, do we think we're going to be eating animals? Do we think we're going to be eating their processed foods? Do we think we're going to be using their systems? Absolutely fucking not. Because their systems that we're keeping us in the matrix. So again, will we be eating light? Yeah, you'll be nothing but resonating light. You think you think you'll eat it all? Remember, it's systems. Their systems have entrapped us in this matrix. These are our avatars now. This avatar has a biology. But the bottom line is, once we break out of these avatars, once we break out of the matrix and stuff, and break out their systems, we won't be consuming all these animals. We damn sure won't be participating in their child sex trafficking and their cannibalism and to their fucking organ harvesting and fucking putting their kids in our food as well as our drinks and stuff. We won't be participating in any of that. But we have to understand what that is. And once we expose them and we expose these systems, and it might be a gradual exposure or it might be instantaneous exposure, just like Elijah. Sacrifice, they're done. Wherever that is, wherever the great awakening is, wherever your aha moment is when you go toward ascension. No, you're not going to be eating animals. You're not going to be eating children anymore. You're not gonna be, remember, what do? They eat our children, they have sex with our children, and they sacrifice our children. And they're doing the same thing. They're trying to sever your God consciousness, your God spark, your Christ consciousness, to sever your direct connection to the prime creator, source spirit. Because they don't want that connection, they want to capture you. But they're not going to capture you, and once you understand exactly their mirror and their playbook and the systems they've been placed to get us to become cannibals, to get us to become all this bullshit that they believe. Remember, it's a belief. It's a lower negative frequency. We're not believing shit. We're definitely not going to believe what they want us to believe. Belief is a lower negative frequency. We don't believe it. We don't want it. We're not hoping for it. Oh, I hope it happens, Strack. Oh, I want it to happen. Oh, I believe it's going to happen. No, fuck that. You're going to demand their existence doesn't exist. Demand that they're going to be eating our children anymore. Demand they're not having sex with our children anymore. Demand that they're not going to use our children for sacrifices anymore. It's just going to be you're demanding and you're manifesting, demanding, manifesting that this shit is gone. All these negative frequencies cease to exist across the entire realm or wherever we're going in this great awakening, this ascension movement. That's where we're going. That's the most important thing you have to remember. And that's I always got to say it. The most important thing, you just got to remember who you are. Once you remember who you are, that whole fucking system is going to implode on them. And they're going to actually destroy themselves. And you're not going to use their systems. You're going to eat their animals. You're going to eat their processed food, drink their processed drinks. You won't have anything to do with any of their systems. You won't have anything to do with their fiat currency, this petrodollar system. It's all bullshit. It's only a system to keep you in the matrix. If you understand that, once you understand that, a whole system, that illusion of control, it breaks down. I'm telling you, it breaks down very quickly. That's how powerful you are. But yeah, you got to remember, you just got to understand something. That's why they torture those animals, those baby animals. That's why they want to do those sacrifices. That's why they did all those sacrifices in the temples. They were doing other things than actually sacrificing animals in the temple. They're sacrificing children. They're enslaving children. They're buying and trading children. Remember when I went to Michigan And I mean, if you saw again, I haven't did it. I mean, I understand. I had a family medical emergency, so I've been away for a while, but I was on pretty good track there. So when I again, you know, in the rise of the cabal, Strike Warrior, I went up to Michigan and I talked to a lady. She's 85 years old, and she was like, "Hey," I said, "Hey, you know, did you ancestors ever talk about?" Because I was thinking maybe it's your ancestors. You know, did your ancestors ever talk about the orphans or the orphan trains or anything about the orphans? And she said, "No, I know exactly what you're talking about." He goes, "I saw them." So she said the orphan train stopped in every single town. She didn't say city, she said town. And they would go through every single town, they would stop, and people would purchase the children off the train. Think about that for a second. Remember, if we've been reset before, which we have been reset, think about that. And she's 85 years old, and she remembers that as a little girl, seeing little children being purchased off of orphan trains. We can understand something. That's what they're going to do to us. They're going to try to reset us. They're trying to repopulate us. Or depopulate us. And then they're going to use only a certain number through the Georgia Guidestones, 500 million, to repopulate or reset their new world order. But they're not going to get there. That's not going to happen because we're going to expose them. But that was their plan. And they actually still think they're going to get to their Agenda 2030. That's how arrogant they are. Remember, and they're not going to stop. There's no deals here. And baby, they're already based on their free will. They decide to go path of evil. So it ain't like they can't come back. Once you go toward evil and stuff, you're not coming back. It's based on their free will, and they use their free will to make that choice. You didn't want to, even though you were entrapped in their systems and indoctrinated through fear and programming, you didn't use your free will to go to the side of evil. You're just indoctrinated, naive, or whatever the case may be, programmed. But you're not anymore because you're breaking out of those systems. And you're learning their mirror, you're learning their playbook. And you're sharing the information and informing one another and helping each other and helping humanity as we're growing more and more toward this ascension movement. Because again, we're going to get more and more powerful, and they're going to get more and more weaker. As we get more powerful, they're going to get more weaker. As we get more stronger, they're going to be more exposed. That's where we're going. That's what's so amazing about this. So yeah, you got to, remember, we got to go backward in order to go forward. But once we actually start to go forward, we're never stopping. And we're always going to have our quest to go forward and learn more and more information and expose more and more people. Because remember, there's no deals. They made the choice based on their free will, decide to go to the path of evil. They did that. They can't come back. So again, there's no empathy there, especially when we learn about all the children they've been sacrificing. And then when people learn about what they did in Palestine or in the Gaza Strip, it's absolutely decimated. It's absolutely decimated. It's just a sacrifice. And they're going to do the same thing in Ukraine, but Vladimir Putin stopped them. And they're going to do the same thing in Taipei City, but Xi stopped them. Because again, Taiwan and Kiev, or Taipei City and Kiev, it's just a mirror of one another. It's the same bullshit. It's the same systems are in place. The same bioweapons factories that were in Kiev are the same bioweapons factories that are in Taiwan. The same organ harvesting factories in Kiev and Ukraine are the same as in fucking Taiwan. And the same children they've been trafficking in Ukraine are the same ones they were doing in Taiwan. And in Africa and India and South America and all these different third world countries are called. It's all bullshit. Remember, they use it because they want the melatonin, they want the darker skin. Remember, they have a sense of, what they believe in, because again, it has a more concentration of melatonin and gives them more of that euphoric rush or the bullshit that they believe in. They think they have, power over you. Not power over you. They're psychopaths. It's an illusion, and those psychopaths are going to be exposed as we get more and more into this. Remember, we're going to get more and more stronger, and they're going to get more weaker. But they're going to look like they're going to win. They're not. You're going to flip it on their freaking head, and you're going to manifest their destruction. You're going to manifest they can never hurt anyone ever again, including the animals. And the animals, are they going to be a part of your diet as you go through this ascension process? Absolutely fucking not. You're not going to eat animals. You're not going to eat their processed foods. You're not going to eat that shit. You're damn sure not going to eat their things that they're putting in your processed foods that make you a cannibal. That's for damn sure. Remember, these people are evil. They're fucking psychopaths. We're going to expose them. But we got to expose them gradually. We'll expose them gradually. But we're going to move forward. We're going to expose every single one of them bastards. And next thing you know, we're just going to fucking just be on a fucking tear. And there's not even nowhere those fuckers can hide. We're talking about those Ashkenazi Jews. That's what we're talking about. We're going to call them out who they are. And that's who they call themselves. So why not call them what they call themselves? That's what they call themselves. So we're going to call them what they call themselves. They're the Ashkenazi Jews. And these are the people that place those systems that keep you in this matrix and stuff. So we're going to call them out who they say they are. So these Ashkenazi Jews that control these systems, we're going to expose these assholes. We're going to make sure they never hurt our children again.
Exactly. Cute. Some reason I can't find the first tote. Out of the hundreds we have here, I don't know, but you're gonna laugh at what number it is listed. 112. So it's Bill Clinton and Bill Gates' AIDS vaccine tampering. This one we were actually keeping everything straight and then had to stray off the beaten path because it was just but yeah, we have the patent and everything. So back to Jim Yong Kim. So let's see the whole WHO work related on HIV AIDS. But according to the WHO, served to push the treatment of strategy of AIDS in Africa further and faster than could ever otherwise been hoped. That should scare a lot of people. But then, of course, Jim Yong Kim, just guy. So the thing is, they have 4 pillars at Harvard, right? So, being in 1993, served as lecturer at Harvard Medical School, eventually holding professorship in medicine, social medicine, and human rights. God damn, it's always fucking social. Just at the time of his departure in 2009, Kim held positions as chair of the Department of Global Health and Social Medicine, chief of the Division of Global Health Equity at Brigham and Women's Hospital, and director of the Francois Xavier Bagoon Health for Health and Human Rights. Xavier, Jesuit. At the Harvard School of Public Health, known internally as the 4 pillars, a term and concept taken from his earlier WHO work with HIV/AIDS, the 3x5. Over the 2-decade career to improve health in developing countries. Funny they can say that they're helping developing countries, but yet they can't come up with cures for simple shit. But yet, COVID, we got it right here. Take it. Here's your Krispy Kreme. Now shut up. So, I have these goals and implementation, delivery of health intervention in poor communities around the world. Spoken like a true American, huh? Programs operate with the philosophy that progress in developing more effective global health programs has been hindered by the paucity of a large-scale systematic approach to improving program designs. It's all fucking jargon. It's like no. This new field will rigorously gather, analyze, and widely disseminate a comprehensive body of practical, actionable insights on effective global health delivery. It's almost like they're practicing for what's going on now. Towards these goals, Kim founded the Global Health Delivery Project, a joint initiative of Harvard Medical School's Department of Social Medicine and Harvard Business School's Institute for Strategy and Competitiveness. Really? And guess who founded them? Yep. Jim Young, I'm just going to call him Kim. And Dr. Paul Farmer, same guy, dead. 4 pillars: Harvard Medical School, Harvard School of Public Health, Brigham and Women's University, and Partners in Health. Partners in Health is the 4th pillar. Shares the knowledge it generates to enable practitioners to design, implement, and improve delivery programs that maximize health benefits for vulnerable communities. Improve delivery programs, huh? Even though they say, they're just delivering the vaccines out, it's like, how do you have an AIDS vaccine if you don't even know the cure for AIDS? Isn't that cute? Let's see what else. Something else in here that was. No. But remember, President Trump always talked about malaria. Keeps on bringing up malaria. But then Dartmouth, panic in DC, huh? 17th president of Dartmouth. There's just a problem there. He was never there. He's named the president. He's criticized for refusing to release the college budget, prompting passage of a resolution by faculty demanding more details. Answer released by a large supplementary report on the budget and holding a public meeting where faculty afterwards expressed satisfaction with the response. However, Kim did not address the request by Student Assembly asking for access to information about all budget items exceeding $10,000. Well, public meeting with the faculty, then it's not a public meeting. If it's with the faculty, it's a closed meeting because not everybody got to go. He's unpopular among many students these days. There's a hazing scandal. I mean, the guy he was never there. They were pissed. They're like, he's just not there. He wasn't showing up or anything. All these sexual assault cases, everything. But then valedictorian from class 2012 noted that in addition to Kim leaving for World Bank presidency, word on the street is he's already looking for the next big job. And guess what? Obama gave it to him. Why would Obama give it to him? Funny, isn't it? That same day, Kim sent a letter addressed to the Dartmouth community saying that his position was one of the most critical institutions fighting poverty and providing assistance to developing countries in the world today. After much reflection, I've accepted this nomination in national and global service. And that if I'm elected, our board will take appropriate steps to ensure continuity of leadership and determine the timing of a search. For now, I remain president of Dartmouth. So World Bank elected him as president. And he said that World Bank would deliver more powerful results to support sustained growth, prioritize evidence-based solutions over ideology, and amplify the voices of developing countries. But isn't it funny that the World Bank, all these second and third world countries, in order to get money, they have to go to the World Bank or the Export-Import Bank of the United States and actually grovel to them for money. What do you have to sign over? Oh, mineral rights. If you can't pay this back, taking your rare earth minerals. If you don't have that, taking your kids. Married to Yoon Suk Lim, pediatrician at Children's Hospital Boston. Guy's just a shitbag. Complete shitbag. MacArthur Fellowship. Of course, the whole MacArthur Foundation. Named one of America's 25 best leaders by U.S. News and World Report. Fucking influential people by no. NGO formed. He serves on the advisory board of Incentives for Global Health. Incentives. The NGO formed to help develop the Health Impact Fund proposal. So, Health Impact proposal. But, you know, I don't think we're too happy with this, are we? Because, no.
And, you know, one of the things I learned at Ethel there, JQ, is that, you know, I didn't know that, but Robert Francis Kennedy or Bobby Kennedy, he was with McCarthy in the McCarthy, when he was going through, you know, the McCarthy, the Red Scare, and he was outing all the people.
Yep.
And then all of a sudden he broke away from McCarthy. So it was interesting that Bobby Kennedy was a part of that. So he was exposed, he was learning about all these evil people, right? We were talking about communism and talking about the infiltration of America and all over, you know, the realm. So, but he was learning about all these different people, part of this McCarthyism, this Red Scare. And then all of a sudden he broke away from that. Interesting. So I wonder, you know, what he knew. He probably knew everything. He probably knew a lot of the spheres of influence that again, communism was a part of, and talking about a lot of the child sex trafficking.
Oh yeah, because of course, first World Bank president since 1995 was not a member of the Bilderberg Steering Committee, but he sure as hell is active in the World Economic Forum, creating a shared future in a fractured world. all these big money guys just sitting there just making fun of how they're going to just kill people. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. This is just gets infuriating. Then we go to this. Oh, no. This. So remember earlier we discussed about that Father Tom Hagen. And now Mike DeWine was like, oh, he had to sit down with him because remember, Mike DeWine, that school that he had in Haiti, you know, in memory of his daughter that was killed in a car accident. Yeah, whatever. So if you watch The Wives, right? If you saw a psychopath that Tim Walls' wife was, and now you're starting to see like all these wives, they're all witches, they're all in covens. Right? But one thing about this, you know, this Father Hagen, he's yeah, he's big time dirty. So he started the Hands Together. Dignity and hope for the poorest of the poor in Haiti. Isn't this like the Catholic mantra? Like, oh, we're here to help the poor, but instead they're just hustling kids all around the world. All it is. Helping the poor. It's like, so you're telling me the richest people in the world can't solve this at all? Like the whole Clinton Foundation went down there after Haiti. You know, that's all they did. They caused these earthquakes, shit like that. They just go in and just pick up the rest. I mean, remember, there were people looking for their kids, and that's why that Laura Silsby got busted. But who stepped in? Oh, Bill Clinton and all that. And they're like, oh, well, we got to let him go. This guy, I have a very, very, very good hunch of who this guy really is and why they tell us in Drop Spot Godfather 3. So, Tom Hagen was a character played by Robert Duvall in Godfathers 1 and 2. Unfortunately, he was killed off before Godfather 3. But when you look at this, when a plot against the emperor failed, the plotters were always given a chance to let their families keep their fortunes, right? Yeah, but only the rich guys, Tom. The little guys got knocked off and all their estates went to the emperors. Unless they went home and killed themselves, then nothing happened. And the families were taken care of. That was a good deal, a nice deal. Yeah, they went home, sat in a hot bath, opened up their veins and bled to death. And sometimes they had a little party before they did it. Sort of like, you know, families keep their fortunes, right? What's valuable for a family? Children. Now puts a whole different spin on it, doesn't it? I mean, how about you? But that's not even borderline evil. That's like DEFCON like 1 evil.
Yeah, the Vatican Blood Bank.
Yep.
Sinister.
Then the Clinton Hunter Development Initiative. 2006, partnered with the Hunter Foundation. Hunters become the hunted, guys. Launched Clinton Hunter Development Initiative, which is investing $100 million over 10 years to catalyze sustainable economic growth in Africa. CHDI is working with Rwanda and Malawi at the invitation of these countries' governments to strengthen agriculture, develop agribusinesses, and increase access to clean water, quality healthcare, and education in ways that can be locally sustained. There's some bullshit there. Launching at the Clinton Global Initiative, the CHDI had initial $100 million of seed funding pledged by Sir Thomas Hunter's philanthropy, the Hunter Foundation, who will work in partnership with the William J. Clinton Foundation to deliver on these initiative goals. Just fucking great. You know, why not? Like I said, we got, yep, exactly. Thomas Hagen also assassinated Malcolm X, and he changed his name to a Muslim name right after that. So, irony is finest, huh? There's also a Thomas Hagen that, there was a Norwegian businessman. In 1992, he founded Elcraft AS, an electric company. He's Norway's 172nd richest person. His wife, Anne Elizabeth Hagen, was supposedly kidnapped on October 31st, 2018, and not been seen since. Funny. But April 28th, 2020, he was arrested and charged with murder or complicity in murder of his wife. However, he was released shortly after he was arrested, though he's still suspect as of 2023. There was another an advertising icon, Tom Hagen. He died at 92 from Alzheimer's. But I'm not saying this guy was bad because, you know, who knows. But he advertising icon. He moved to Denver after vacationing here and landed a job at Fry Silas, where he met Phil Karsh, who he later confounded Karsh Hagen with. The company became one of the largest ad agencies in the region, representing clients such as the Denver International Airport, Aspen Snowmass, the University of Colorado Anschutz, Colorado's Tourism Office, Clear Creek County's Tourism Office, and more. They just don't quit, do they? Not at all. God, these people suck. They really do. Then Hunter Foundation. Proactive venture philanthropy that seeks to invest in determining model solutions in partnership with others to troubling systemic issues relating to poverty eradication and educational enablement. It's almost like they write themselves. BBC, children need, huh? That's funny. It's almost like the symbolism is there. Because the left eye is open, right? Then, see this?
Them in Hollywood, that's all they do. They do this all the time.
Jews. Sure.
All right, cover.
Guess what that's based out of? I'm sure you can tell right here by the lettering that this bullshit up here. The Jews. This is one of the little things in Israel, out and about Emily's boutique. It's a teddy bear, busted eye, holding a fucking pedophile flag. I mean, this shit is just fucking hideous. I mean, it's almost as if, you know, sometimes you just got to take a break from this shit. It's like, these people are really that fucked up. And I did put this in the chat, so it's in there. Yep. In fact, it's funny that you bring that up, that article, because shit. This shit.
It's almost like they have no choice to go for it too. Because remember, you're gonna have Gaga, gonna be Joker's girlfriend here coming up in that movie, right? They're gonna, they got to throw it all out there. They're gonna expose them all. They're gonna be an illusion that they're getting control, that they're going to actually get their agenda. They're not, but they're gonna throw everything. They're gonna throw it all out there.
Because in fact, God damn it. This article that Wendy put up, right? Our father, Sunday, September 15th, 2024. Sure about that? Because ours says Saturday, September 14th, 2024. That's when we found it. It's like, oh, and this was on the 13th. It was on Friday night that we found this. So as you can see, it's like we've got tons of articles on them to go over because this, but then there's more. Like I said, this is just like a rough overview, and going back, and it's a lot. But then there's somebody else involved. Wonder who that could be, right? The Aurora Humanitarian Initiative. Look who joined the Aurora Prize Selection Committee. Yeah, bitch face herself, Chelsea Clinton. But who else is on this board for the selection committee? Humanitarian Initiative. This foundation seeks to address on-the-ground humanitarian challenges around the world with a focus on helping the most destitute. Its mission is rooted in Armenian history, as the initiative was founded on behalf of survivors of Armenian genocide and in gratitude to their saviors, and strives to transform this experience into a global movement. And in gratitude to their saviors. Need we say more? Yeah. And we did talk about this Barton Gregorian too. That was back when we're doing the shit in the office out there when we had little kittens in here. So, yeah. That guy is a fucking prick. Aurora Prize for Awakening Humanity. I mean, this whole... it is just... Aurora Luminaries. Humanitarian causes. Economic empowerment, education, healthcare and food security, emergency response, human rights, and social cohesion. Ending human trafficking. Are you fucking joking me? Notice how they use this? It's like everything is just all the same. They just pull the same shit. And they call themselves luminaries. Like they're the light of the world, right? I mean, they're all involved. All of them. Look. Hector Castillo, huh? Yeah, a friar? Monk?
Clooney's a piece of shit. He's evil as fuck. He's in that speedboat with Obama. They got that little Asian girl. She's all freaking scared out of her freaking mind. She's all gagged and stuff. And who knows what they did to that little girl. This fucker's an evil fucking son of a bitch, man. And he's going to be a part of this luminary. He's part of this association. Remember, they use this. They have to use these systems. There he is right there.
You mean that picture?
Yes, sir. Look at that little girl. She's absolutely terrorized. And there's more pictures when she's gagged.
Like I said, there's not a hell hot enough. Not at all.
Yes, sir.
Let's see, then. Let's see. Okay, we got the Aurora Initiative.
And they're all coming out too. I saw it's like they're throwing it in your face now. What's that fucker's name? Pirates of the Caribbean. I can't think of his fucking name.
Johnny Depp.
Yeah, Johnny Depp, right? He's got this perfume or this man's perfume thing now. Remember what perfumes are, by the way. You know, it's they're throwing it in your face. Remember, this guy was huge in snuff films. You know what snuff films are? Absolutely torture of children, having sex with children. Snuff films. This guy's a piece of shit. Remember that movie he's talking about? Oh, this is adrenochrome. Well, you know, they're throwing it in your face.
Yep. Every single time. They just, because they're like, oh, they're too stupid. The populace is so stupid that we're never going to see it. But not anymore. So, funny that. I also put this in the drops too. Prison legal news, Human Rights Defense Center. March 15, 2008. Cheaper than chimpanzees, expanding the use of prisoners in medical experiments. Notice how the Institute of Medicine, IOM, but IOM means like, it's just International Organization for Migration for the UN. It's like they're all part of this. So then, like here, March 2008, right? California DSA and joint venture contract over 1.8 million attorney fees for protracted suit granting prison workers prevailing wage. Yeah. But no, is that real? Because of course it is. Remember, Kamala, she has protected the prison industrial complex. Odd, isn't it? And same time frame. It does. California AG was okay with an innocent man spending his life in prison, his entire life behind bars over a freaking technicality. She is the biggest piece of shit that's ever walked the face of the earth. Fucking cackling cunt. That's all she is. Just evil. And isn't it funny? If you want to adopt in Haiti, who do you have to go through? Womp womp. The State Department.
It's gotta go.
But it's a worldwide consulate. Potential for terrorist attacks, demonstration of violent actions in Haiti. I thought you guys were there bringing all good tiding and all this other shit to them. Oh, I don't have a Give Send Go. Pab Zoom, I don't have a Give Send Go. Oh, where that came from. That started that shit, but no, I don't have that. Sorry. But yeah, it's right here. You know, the adoption process. So now when you look at all these kids that are adopted, well, why are there so many orphans? Because they're giving them all AIDS. That's why I have to find that patent, because it proves that Bill Gates and Clinton, because what Clinton was doing when he was governor of Arkansas, he made a deal with the Arkansas prison system, right? So all the bloody towels that would leave the prison system that had AIDS infected blood, they would get sent to a laboratory where they would take the AIDS infected blood out of the towels and put it in the vials of the vaccines. Then they would go over there, and then do all this to the people, and then they would actually take bets on how many people are going to die in each village. Because as we see, there are over 800,000 orphans because they hire these local people to go house to house to make sure how many kids, and if something happens to them, well, then bring them to the hospital, separate the kids, because you never hear anything come out of Africa. If there's because they're the most egotistical pricks out there. Remember, they're philanthropists and all this. Then why don't they show anything on the news about what's going on in Africa? Why is Africa completely like off of anybody's radar in any news cycle? It's one of the largest continents in the world, second next to Asia, but yet nothing.
And what they do in the Red Cross, they go to Africa, right? And they take the blood from those beautiful light beings, right? And what they do is they take their blood and they do the transfusion into the cabal, the Jesuits. They give them their blood and they give them the tainted blood back, and they kill them off and they give them diseases and they infect them. They want to drain their blood, or they're going to use them as sacrifices, but they're going to use their blood to get their blood, to give them their energy, right? That's what they do. That's exactly what they do. Remember, when you go to the hospital and you get a blood transfusion, oh, no. Never get a blood transfusion, because you're actually replacing your blood, your life force, with who knows what the fuck they're giving you back.
Then
it's tainted. It's tainted blood.
Yep. And we go back to scribed. Now, so everything comes full circle. Here's a memorandum of understanding between Ohio Department of Health and Partners in Health. Mike DeWine is tied directly to the Partners in Health. Remember, Haiti schools, Partners in Health Haiti. Why do you have a school there? What happened to the kids that went to that school? And why do you have this Roman Catholic priest sitting there pulling all this shit? Because this whole, what they did to people in Ohio, I would raise some fucking hell if I fucking lived in Ohio with this shit.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Everyone's reading everything like that. It's all that contact tracing, right? Well, Strack, why would contact tracing be so big, right? Well, if you like numbers, you'll remember this. House Resolution 6666 to authorize the Secretary of Health and Human Services to award grants to eligible entities to conduct diagnostic testing for COVID-19 and related activities such as contact tracing through mobile health units and, as necessary, at individuals' residences and for other purposes. So, of course, Bobby Rush, Mr. The Black Knight in Illinois, he would come up with it. And then you got Cohen. You have all these shitbag Democrats. Literally, the Trace Act. Testing, reaching, and contacting everyone. Remember, they said, hey, answer the call when we call. Or else we're coming. Then
Yeah, it's interesting. I just looked, it's like there's 10.5 pints of blood in your system, they say, right? And it's the equivalent to 1.3 gallons. 1 + 1 + 5 + 3 is 10. You drop a 0, it's 1. 1 God consciousness. So remember, they're replacing your blood. They're taking away your God consciousness.
There's the patent. 060606. Cute, right? Funny how they had the patent out way before, right? One Microsoft Wave. This was Bill Gates's. Cryptocurrency system using body activity data. Human body activity associated with the task provided to a user may be used in a mining process of a cryptocurrency system. Can anybody please tell me about Bitcoin again? They put shit, the whole thing of the injection, it was the mark of the beast, so they can monitor you while you're doing all this, and it's all that social credit score. So if you don't do the tasks that you were designed to do, well then, you're done. Designated states. Ah, yeah, all of them. Cute. Medium of exchange implemented through internet, generally not tied to specific government-backed fiat printed currencies as US dollar, euro. Instantaneous transactions. Well, that's cute. Bitcoin is one of the examples of blockchain-based cryptocurrency. But yeah, this guy does not, he doesn't exist at all. Because Bitcoin, BTC, Biotech.com, it goes back to Ukraine. Now you see, well, if they're like, well, follow the money, right? There comes a point where you cannot. Because when it's on Bitcoin, it's all encrypted, right? So you can't follow the money then. Or can you? We're really hoping that there's people in higher places that can actually just break all this, break this whole cycle, because right now, these guys clearly don't give a fuck at all. I mean, now we see the Clintons involved, the Roman Catholic Church involved, this Partners in Health, this Paul Farmer. They liken this guy to a saint. What did we learn about, making others like, on earth as like a godlike being? There's your sainthood right there.
All saints are evil.
Yep. Mother Teresa, all of them. Every single one of them. It's like they just...
Saints were evil or saints were assassins.
Yep.
They're doing their assassinating your God consciousness. And they actually murdered children. That's St. Patrick up in Ireland when he went to destroy, to eradicate the pagans who were the Cathars. The Cathars were ones who walked directly with Yeshua. They were the Gnostics.
And there was another one that's tied to Haiti. Equalhealth.org. Building critical consciousness and collective global action in pursuit of health equity for all. That damn equity. Our community brings health change makers together to tackle inequity in their institutions and broader society. Are we seeing where the Marxism comes into play in this liberation theology here?
Equity in the Roman legion meant slaves. That's where they were in their hierarchy. The equity was the slaves.
Oh, I'm glad they're so worried about equal health, right? Because campaigning against racism. Because there's no such thing as racism. Because if we're all the human race, you can't have racism. If you want to squabble about what color people are, that's on you. I personally don't care. As long as you're not an asshole or a Jew, I don't care. Because when people are like, oh, but he's got, hey, I've never been one to say, oh, just fucking mow him down, kill him all. It's like, nope, just throw him out. Chalk up 104, President Trump. Get him out. Social medicine course. A course for graduate level health professional students in Uganda, Haiti, and the United States that offer transnational social medicine curriculum. Mutual Aid, a solidarity-based fund that provides immediate assistance to grassroots Haitian communities who are impacted by natural and human-caused disasters. Aren't they all human-caused? Let's face it. There's nothing natural about it. I mean, but yet, well, why is it taking so long? Well, you tell me. I mean, it's basically like, it's that fucking deep. And there's even more people we have to bring into the shit, but gotta go through this in order to go through the other shit, because it is a fucking hot mess with this shit. And it's just enough to piss you off, because then it takes you off of what you were actually looking at, and then doing that. Then ooh, this one. Ooh. Not sure if this was supposed to leak out, but guess not. Let's see. New. This one. Two. The second one is that social sciences lesson learned one we had there. And the other two are books back in the 1890s that clearly state, wow, 1889, vaccination proved useless and dangerous from 45 years of registration statistics. 1830, 1882 argued that vaccination proven to be useless and dangerous. Talks established 4 key points. Smallpox mortality. Remember, it wasn't the smallpox that killed people. It was them masking people and vaccinating people. You know, those Rockefellers. You know, the same ones that own Sony. You know, the Standard Oil New York. Jesus, these fucking people just do not. Nope. Then there is. HandCap adapted U.S. government COVID-19 response plan. Unclassified for official use only, not for public distribution or release. You guys might want to print this one out because there's a lot to it. Still have to go through it, but I've seen it. But what drew me to it was the date. March 13th, 2020. Isn't it funny that Pope Francis became a pope on March 13th, but not in 2020? But they're horseful numbers. 313s, you know? I mean, there's some highlighted stuff in here that like new travel policies regarding entry in the U.S. I mean, current risk assessment as of March 11th, 11-3 start. Majority of the people, the immediate risk of being exposed to the virus that causes COVID-19 is thought to be low. There's not widespread circulation in most communities in the United States. What? I thought it was cataclysmic. But no. Pandemic Severity Assessment Framework. Projection of COVID-19 on the Pandemic Severity Assessment Framework will help amplify why the targeted layered mitigation actions are needed. Really? I mean, it's 103 pages. So the spread of the severity of COVID-19 will be difficult to forecast and characterize. A pandemic will last 18 months or longer and could include multiple waves of illness. But they're assumptions. So just assuming that it's going to be like this, right? COVID-19 outbreaks of pandemic response require short notice federal asset coordination and response timelines and a national response that is scalable to the severity of the incident and needs of the affected jurisdictions. COVID-19 outbreaks or pandemic will require social distancing and telework to continue government operations. Lengthening execution times for some tasks, workplace controls will be implemented to the extent practical during a pandemic. It's almost as if they took this out of the page for the World Economic Forum. Yeah. Just, it really just, oh, and how they're talking about the avian flu, right? Now, oh my God, the bird flu. Bird flu's coming in, right? Is it? Journal of Hospital Infection, 2007. Avian influenza and the threat of the next human pandemic. It's causing increased concern around the world. Experts prepare for the possibility of the next human influenza pandemic. Been 38 years since the last influenza pandemic in 68. Period of time close to the longest recorded intervals, 39 years between 1918 and 1957 pandemics. It's almost as if they're running on a cycle. But, cycle. What was it? It. Is it which one is it? Where is it? Oops. Because you always have to revert back to this. 171 page dossier, June 10th, 2009. So if the avian flu is 2007, and they turn around and they're pulling the shit with the swine flu vaccines or bioweapons. Well, I mean, June 10th, 2009, right? Remember that date. Mm. Are you? International Swine Flu Conference, August 19th, 20th, 2009, workshop August 21st, 2009. They clearly said that the swine flu vaccine was a bioweapon. It's written in the 171 pages. Then they have a conference on it?
Remember, they always have to have a workshop or a rehearsal. They did the same thing with Event 201, release of COVID. They did the same thing with catastrophic contagion and the release of monkeypox. Catastrophic contagion. Charles Charlie, Charlie Charlie, right? 33 degree Scottish Rite, 33 degree Freemasons. They love their numbers.
When they said these people are sick, I mean, this is this one right here. This one.
Then you do Event 201, 2 plus 1, that's a 3. Catastrophic contagion, CC, Charlie Charlie. That is another 3-3. You do everything twice, 3-3-3 twice, 6-6-6. The rehearsals is part of their playbook.
That's what they do.
Yes, sir.
Planning for the next global pandemic. 2015. Ebola virus pandemic declines. We must reflect on how we mismanaged this recent international crisis, how we can better prepare ourselves for the next global pandemic. You mean lessons learned? I swear to God, these people fucking suck. They're not even people at this point. They're just not. Then there is, what is this one? Mm. Let's see. God damn it. No. And there is the the whole introduction to agitation, delirium, and psychosis. Want to make sure that's in there too, so that it's all in the drop, it's all in the comments. So that if anybody's looking for what show we talk about it, they could just look at the what was added in there. Do it like that. And there was one more. Let's see. Mm-mm. It's almost as if these guys the coming pandemic era. Published online October 23rd, 2020. Coming age of pandemics. Really? Yeah. Really threat of rapidly moving, highly lethal pandemic of respiratory pathogen, killing 50 to 80 million people and wipe out nearly 5% of the world's economy. A global pandemic on that scale would be catastrophic, creating widespread havoc, instability, and insecurity. The world is not prepared. Do we see why Trump had to put Operation Warp Speed into effect? He had to throw them all off of their timing.
Everything.
Everything. Bird flu. It's always bird flu, swine flu. It's like, who's out there fucking birds? You can't fucking. It's the dumbest shit ever. If they're so worried about avian flu, then why did Israel buy 10 million eggs?
Vaccines.
Yep. To taint all of us with. They're all traitors. And also, funny thing is, I was also going over the top 16 emergency powers of the President of the United States. And number 7, foreign individuals can be ordered to leave the nation and the borders can be closed. So why hasn't Biden or Cunt Mullah done it?
And that's what President Trump told him in the debate, right? He goes, you could go down to the White House right now and you could make this happen.
All right, I'll go with you. Let's sign it.
But they can't do that, right? Because it's a illusion of control. Remember, they have no control.
The bitch is fucking stupid. I mean, clearly. And look, now they're like, oh, monkeypox come out. It's like, that's why we had to learn all this in order for the next time. It's like, because everybody's gonna be running out, oh, I can't get vaccinated. Pull it back a little bit. Vaccinations are completely useless. Already see that. Then, so you know how President Trump said that he was giving sending abortion back to the back to the states, right? For the people, we the people to vote on, correct?
Yes, sir.
Well, guess who just didn't bother to listen? Yep, Mike DeWine. He wanted to put an amendment in without it even being voted on by the people. Like, be it resolved by the people of the state of Ohio that Article 1 of the Ohio Constitution is amended to add the following section. But when did they vote on this? Every individual has a right to make and carry out one's own reproductive decisions, including but not limited on decisions on contraception, fertility treatment, continuing one's own pregnancy, miscarriage, and abortion. Hmm. Hmm. But remember the contact tracing bullshit. If you don't get this vaccine and we call you, we're coming to visit. This is how fucking truly idiotic these people are. And people actually follow everything they fucking say. It is, I mean, this shit went DEFCON retard a long time ago. I mean, but Haiti being that big, and now you start to see how the Roman Catholic Church, how Clinton initiatives got all in there. It just, they're all just pure evil.
People learn about Mena, Arkansas, and what actually was happening in Mena, Arkansas, about the children,
Yep.
That's part of the tell you about the story, the children.
Yep. Because who was one of the big ones that he was getting for? Tim Walz. Was the Walton family. Hello. That's all it was. Because if they talk about drugs, we think of drugs as like being, well, drugs. What's their drug? I think we already know the answer to that one.
All the White Rabbit.
Man, these people are just fucking evil. And then
What's interesting, when the Marines did that LSC 23 in the MENA region, you look at MENA and look at what MENA consists of. There's no Israel, but you look at those MENA countries, they're all these third world countries. There's all those MENA region was all those areas they were taking those children from. And that's where the Marines went into LSE 23. Remember that operation covered 22 time zones. Can't make it up. Absolutely incredible. That's an 11-11. Amazing.
sorry about that. So yeah, Phil Turney, as you see, he was on with Breaking Points, 111,000 views in 2 days.
Awesome.
It's getting out there. Then he was with Jake Shields. And then I think his next big one is, I believe, with Redacted. So it's just great that that's getting out there into the mainstream.
June 8th is not going away.
No, it will not. Nope.
It's going to be remembered.
Fuck them.
Yes, sir.
Oh, and so I was digging around and I found something, right? Let's see, is it? So I had this, well, because those challenge coins and all that. So I actually found mine, right? Like this is an official challenge coin from the Bin Laden deal, Operation Neptune Spear. Oh, I got it. I'm like, oh man, I just because they're numbered, right? Guess which one we got? 89 out of 250. I'm like, are you shitting me? It's like, this isn't something just
Geronimo Apache.
Yep. It's like now all the shit about him is going to be coming out because, well, it wasn't bin Laden at all. We know that. They know that. Everybody knows that. But yeah. But oh, I do have one more video to close this out because this is Dina sent this to me. Oh, 1 second. Oh. Yeah.
Yeah, you're right, Wendy. The Iron Dome is done. They're
Yep.
done.
Yep. But then they give him a bunch more money in this whole National Security Emergencies Act. They gave Ukraine a shit ton of money because they didn't have to go through Congress. They said, oh, it's a national emergency. It's like, who signed it? If assholes at the beach and cackling bitches off run on buses and shit like that and pulling trains, it's funny, she likes buses, but I think she likes trains more. But then here comes the internet. I mean, who does like AI battle cats? If they're gonna start eating them, fuck it. It's like we're gonna size you guys for some weapons later and see what they can do. My God, it's just isn't it funny that President Trump, like, remember everything he said, he hasn't been wrong yet. At all. So of course, so what they do, somebody took a shot at Trump again today or something like that. Yeah. Well, look at the date. September 15th.
Look at the time.
15th, just, like August 15th, September 15th, 31 days later. Just, it's great. And remember, they're like, oh, grab him by the pussy. It's like, he's the only one wanting to save him. C before D, what's cats before dogs? We talked about that before too. It's like, hey, they're sentient beings too. But yet, remember,
they're gonna be yes.
Yeah. But they're like, oh, they're being racist towards these Haitian immigrants. They're not immigrants, you fucking jagoffs. They're illegal aliens that breached the border with the help of this fucking corrupt administration. Then what do you have? I mean, literally, then they're like, oh, well, we need money to fight this. Where's the money going? In fact, if you want money to fight it, you want that money? Round them all up. Ship them out of here. It's the only way they'll get money. Because it's just like, the border patrol and all that. They just want to dump all this money. It's like, just fucking shut the border. But they can't. Only Trump can. Because that wall means so much more. It completes the arc.
Yeah.
And for those that are following the whole Enoch series, safe to say that guess what? Everything shifts. That's why Trump says Israel. This is Israel. The return of the dove. He's holding the dove. return of peace. That's why the wall meant so much more. The wall completes the arc. That's why he talked about, like, there's a bunch of like electrical components, all that, because it's a vibration frequency. That's it. It has to cut it off because it's the new Jerusalem. The USA in Jerusalem is capitalized. They switch over from Middle East to the Middle West. It's a complete inversion. Everything's getting flipped.
Remember, they did it in China. They flipped on the 5G technology. They killed 90,000 people in central and southern China in like 5 days. And then the White House got a lid on it, and they stopped it. Now, think about it. They had all these, during COVID and stuff, they put all these towers up, right? That's all they were doing, was putting these towers up. But the thing about the wall is so amazing. It's an art. It has technology. It's going to be able to eliminate that 5G that was going to try to be able to kill you. Remember, they did the same shit in China. Remember, they turned on that 5G. It killed 90,000 people in 5 days. Think about that for a second. 90,000 people in 5 days. Remember, they're going to use their technology against them to expose them. But they're going to not allow their 5G insanity, their psychopath technology to hurt us. And that's what that southern wall is. A southern wall that has technology in that wall. It's an art. It's to eliminate their ability to use 5G against us.
Yep. Everything.
Yes, sir.
That's why people want to sit here and say, oh, you know, and the funny thing is that if you notice, like the left, it's all emotions and he's going to, he this, that, then why didn't he do it already? I mean, face it, that whole debate was a shit show. Then her interview after the debate is a shit show. Now they got caught cheating and everything like this. And then we even point out Thursday that it was in the drops. I mean, down to the minute, actually.
Everything's in the drops.
Yeah, but.
Yep. Yeah. Yes.
Let's see this. Ooh. You don't think they knew ahead of time that this was going to happen, huh? 2198, the 17th, September 17th, week of, D-class coming, more incriminating text release coming, dark to light, carpet bombs to Moab. They put that executive order 13526, section 1.7. It's like, prevent or delay the release of information that does not require protection in the interest of national security. Yeah, Secret Service is going down.
Yeah, and I was thinking about something the other day. Always say, what would be the first arrest, right? Remember, symbology arrest. What happens in your arrest? You're in a prison. That prison is your mind. Remember when the Matrix crumbles and stuff? It arrests the prison in your mind. The Matrix trembles. That's the first arrest. It's not a physical arrest. It's the arrest, the prison of your mind to get you out of this Matrix. That's the first arrest. Your God consciousness is going to destroy that Matrix, that prison that they kept you in through their systems.
Because what's tomorrow, huh? Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
No.
Time's up. Ah, good old Slick Willie getting a massage from a teenager. Oh, yeah, just, you know, nothing too big, right? Just like this. Why did it take an outsider to finally deliver the start of a peace in the Middle East? Why did it take an outsider to finally deliver the start of a peace in the Middle East? News covers, front pages. Missile strikes attempt to terminate. Peace doesn't sell. War, fear does. Sure, like to ship all these weapons and everything over everywhere else. The media is complicit, of course. But look, add it all up. Virus, riots, fires, the why. They will not concede on election night. Make no mistake, they will contest this legally in battleground states. Make no mistake, they will project doubt in election results. Make no mistake, they will organize massive riots and attempt anarchy. 99 design, playbook known. And here is the man. What is up, brother? Disconnect the audio.
There we go.
Hey, what's going on?
All right, a lot better now.
Yeah. Yeah, the signal cut out. I'm like, because we stick around for a couple hours and all that. So yeah. So tell us some about your band.
Well, I live in Broadus. It's a little small town, population 83.
11.
So, I started there. Me and my brother, actually, he's a year younger than I. He plays drums, and well, actually, we both started playing drums at a very young age. My dad, he was a drummer, and he inspired us to play. And at one point, I think I was like 13, I believe. I was like, well, hell, there can't be two drummers in a band, you know. So I decided to pick up the guitar, and been playing ever since.
Awesome.
Yeah.
But yeah, so we do have a song called "Oh America." I absolutely love this song. Absolutely love this song. I'm gonna go ahead and put it. And you guys go over there on his YouTube page, show him tons of love. Sign up, everything like that. And if you don't mind, I'll go ahead and play it.
All right.
Bounce on.
To us, oh land of the free, I don't think it ever was. Homeless vets on the street, left to fend, while trillions are sent to wars with no end. Homeless vets on the street, left to fend, while trillions are sent to wars with no end. Politicians argue while we pay the price, caught in the crossfire of power and fight. They push their narrative, division, their goal. Forgotten and lost. The elite debate, heedless of the cost. Ideologies clash as the people divide. Caught in the middle, no place to hide. They push the narrative, division, let go. The left, the right, both playing their role. When will we find our way? The answers we seek so hard to discern as the world around us don't think it ever was.
Now,
Rock on.
that right there, that was just because I went through all the songs. I'm like, oh, so Dean and I were listening to them. I'm like, holy shit, this right here is just, I mean, and all of your songs, like, what other songs do you have that we listen to?
I've got a few more coming actually today. I think I have 2 more coming out today. What initially got me started actually on this topic and wanted to stay kind of on this topic was just everything I've seen going on in the world these days, you know, and when people try to touch on these subjects through music, it only lasts for about a millisecond, and that's it. You don't hear any more about it, especially particular artists. You know, they might pick up on it and talk about it for a second, but they don't stay on it. Well, my goal is to I'm gonna keep pushing through music and try to light a fire up under their ass, you know.
Oh, I hear you there. I mean, and what we'll do is we'll bring up here and hear some of the songs. Oh, America, Shed My Shame, Indignation, For Me, For Them, For You. We're gonna play that one too. I mean,
all right. Oh no, no.
Awesome.
So I'm
Nice
going to
commercial.
therapy. When I found out about BetterHelp, I was so stoked because I was finally going to be able to
In our lives we face the fight, moments of dark, moments of light, a world split by what we believe, but longing to be free. If we could end this endless fight and see the world with fresh, clear eyes, focus on what's truly right for me, for them, for you, for all our lives. Imagine if we turned our gaze from others' ways and creeds to nurture earth in gentle ways and tend to all its needs. In the stillness of the night, we'd find a roaring song, a symphony of shared delight, where every voice belongs. If we could end this endless fight and see the world with fresh, clear eyes, focus on what's truly right for me, for them, for you, for all our lives. In the stillness of the night, we find a roaring song, a symphony of shared delight, where every voice belongs. In the stillness of the night, we'd find a roaring song, a symphony of shared delight, and tend to all its needs. In the stillness of the night, we find a roaring song, a symphony of shared delight, where every voice belongs, a peace and endless light, where dreams come true. All our lives.
Hell yes. That's what it's all about right there.
I mean, when Dina played, I'm like, we gotta have them on. You know, it's like we want, you know, we're all about promoting, you know, patriot businesses, patriot musicians. I mean, this is just beautiful. I mean, especially with
appreciate
being Alvin, Aaron Collins. I'm like, it's like Elvis Aaron. I'm like, that's perfect. It's like you were destined to be a musician, and then taking all the problems that we have in the world and putting it to music, where it's not like all the demonic shit that they have out there. It's actually stuff that, I mean, it's fucking red, white, and blue as far as I see. I mean,
now a lot of people when they hear that, oh, America, and and they're talking about freedom, I don't think it ever was. That would send a lot of people off almost instantly. But if they know where I'm coming from,
the
depth of what I mean by that, I think they, I don't want people to take that the wrong way at all. I don't want people to think I'm saying that people who have fought for our country, it wasn't for no reason at all. That's not what I'm saying. But
when I heard that, I mean, when we were never free, it's like, well, we're still enslaved, guys. That's the whole problem. It's like we have to break out of this slave mindset and the slave complex, and realize that the ones at the top are the ones. Once we all come together, they fall. As you see, they just put all these divisive, divide you on race, sexuality. It's like there's only two sexes. That's it. It's like just. But then they had to introduce gender and gender roles, and it's like, and then the chemicals and the food. It's like all of your songs like hit on every like evil shit that's going on with the world, but in music we find healing. So it's like as long as we recognize the problem, we as a collective can repair it and fix it and bring it back to heaven on earth. I mean, this is what it's all about. I mean, this is just, I mean,
I think what happens to some people sometimes as the individual, we feel like, well, it's just little old me. We're not going to be able to stand up or do anything, Well, I mean, that's exactly the point. We can't do it by ourselves. We have to do this thing together. And that's the hardest thing, though, is just getting everybody on that same mindset to do so. But we're going to keep trying.
And I tell you, and I mean, what you brought to this movement is, I mean, I've never and it just came out, correct?
Yes.
Songs. I mean, even with the AIR, I mean, the AI art is like beyond great, especially the old. I mean, all of them. When you start looking at it, it's like you start seeing like the issues with everything.
Yeah.
It's like with with the Statue of Liberty with the chain wrapped around, it's like we are enslaved. It's like we have to break out of this slave system. And the only way to do it, if it takes knowledge, music, anything to wake people up, we have to promote.
That's right.
And and it's, I mean, they're so catchy too. And that's the beautiful part about it, because as everybody here, we all grew up in the 70s, 80s, 90s and all that. And we miss music like that.
Hell yeah.
But then you realize that some of those musicians, they're bad people. So it's like a complete redo and bring in new blood that have, new voices and that need to be heard.
That's right.
This is, I mean, you never see, you very seldom see any was pointed out with Wendy. It's like, it's about freedom. It's not just freedom it's freedom for everyone.
Yep.
It's like, this isn't just an America problem. This is a worldwide problem, as we discussed all day today. It's systemic and it needs to be stopped. Just nip it in the bud.
A big offer just a few days ago. I'm not going to say the name of the industry, but they offered me $1.9 million to get on board with them with my music. And then they sent me a second email saying all the things that I wouldn't be able to do or would have to do. And I was like, you guys have lost your mind. I wouldn't been able to wear my own clothes, speak about any belief system whatsoever in public. Nothing like that. No, I'm not selling my soul like that. Y'all can hang it up.
I'll tell you what, I mean, if people weren't proud of you then, just by hearing that, so many have turned to the dark side and taken the money in order to push their agenda.
Yep.
And to turn that down, I mean, and you know, I'm sure when you open up that second email, you're like, yep, fuck these guys. It's like there's not even a thought. It's like what you cannot be yourself. If you're not yourself, how do you create your own music?
I know, they don't even make sense to me.
It's like they want to take your creativity and your imagination and condense it with theirs. I mean, can you imagine some of the stuff they'd have you sing about? It's like, but you're not happy doing it. You're miserable.
Right.
But there's so many people out there that took the bait. It's like, guys, we got to realize now that we see the problem and we could rectify the problem just by, like you said, one person could change. Well, by you doing that, you institute the change that we all need.
Thanks, man.
Because it's just, it means a lot to all of us to actually, for you to share your music with all of us, because it needs to be heard. And, you know, it's one of those like really feel good stories, because it's like knowing that somebody didn't sell out and that you could have been, you know, who knows? But you look at it and say, no, not going to do it.
Not
It's
about the money, man.
Nope. And people don't, you know, the music industry, it's dark.
Yes, it is.
And it's a shame that, you know, so many people, you know, lost their lives over it, lost their families, lost everything. But then in the end, who makes out? You know, all the record execs and all them, because they dictate to you what you can sing. Then if you came to me with an offer, well, then if you don't appreciate my music, then why'd you come at me with an offer?
Right.
I mean, are you looking to change me? I mean, you're not going to change me. You know, I mean, it's one of those things. It's like, you know, I mean, everybody here is proud of you. We really are.
Thanks, man.
A lot. And I mean, it blows me away knowing that, you know, people are now waking up and just pushing back and saying, nope. You could throw all this fake fiat shit at me, whatever, cars, money, hoes, clothes, anything like that. It's like, don't want any of it. You just want to be original. You want to just keep it small, and then we make it big.
That's the toughest problem right now that I'm having is I'm not working, you know, so it's kind of hard to get the music out there like I want, but it's gonna happen. It just might be a little bit slower than I'd like, you know.
Yeah.
But, marketing the stuff is a lot harder than I thought it would ever be.
Well, if there's anything that we could do to help, like if you have like a Cash App or anything like that we can help promote the music, you know, that's what we want to do. Because we want to give back, because it's like it's an energy exchange. If you're giving us this energy and all that in music, it's like in turn, you know, we want to help build, you know, your whole band up, because that's what we have to do. We have to take care of our own.
That's right.
I mean, if you turn your back on the record company, it's like, guys, wake up. Who picks up the mantle? We do. If Trump says the power's going back to the people, we the people have the power to bring anything to, you know, to relevance, to, you know, greatness. Because we know the evil shit that we can turn all that off. We can get rid of this, that, but we like when you hear a song, like when we were all growing up, you hear a song and it's like, you know, it takes you back to like a memory, you know, back in the day, you know, anything. But now it's like we look back on it, it's like, you know, some of those memories are like, there's memories lost. But with all of us going forward in this, it's even better. I mean, this is great. Oh, he must have lost his connection. But yeah, Derek Johnson knows ropes in music. Yeah, because he sold his soul. That's why. And that's what we're thinking, Maggie. And I mean, like I said, you know, as a group collective, I mean, we're gonna help him get his stuff out there. And hey, we don't want anything for it, because you gave us the music and we want to, you know, the energy exchange there. Energy exchange complete. So it's so yeah, so we were going to talk to him and all that about having like a theme song for the show, and it's like, who wouldn't love this? But then the technical part, it's like, now we have to figure out how to do this, but it's like, but like I said, we could have the we could have a Cash App, we could have like a funding drive or something like that. There's so much that we could do to help promote patriots and their patriot businesses, whether it be music, whether it be cookies, whether it be anything. That's what we're here for. Because like you said, it takes one, but it takes all of us a collective. It's the we, not me. Because he has bandmates and everything, and not working. It's like we gotta help. We gotta help our brothers out, brothers and sisters. So that's what we're gonna do. Oh, it's okay. Hey Dina, we need to put the that Cash App. If we could put it in our permanent notes, and definitely. How did Derek sell his soul? Well, why don't you ask him? Remember, you don't become a Billboard artist in Nashville for nothing. Ray Carr, I'm with you on that one because there's a lot of shit about that guy I just don't like. I won't even buy Derek's book, Exposing Musicians. Fuck to expose. He took the money. Why was he going to Israel? If you get in the music industry, you can't expose it. We expose the music industry and we're not even in it. You don't have to get in the music industry to expose it. We've known the music industry was dirty for a long time. But you can't just say, oh, well, I'm going to change my mind now. What? No, that doesn't work that way. Thank you, Dina. So, that's the thing. Exactly. Sex Pistols. Johnny Rotten. Johnny Rotten walks around with a MAGA hat on and everything. What happened? Because he outed the Queen. So, they had to stay on small independent labels. Once you hit that upper level, those labels, you have to produce what they say. Or else. And in the music industry, nobody gets out alive. It's just like the CIA. Once a spook, always a spook. They own you. Just shitbags. And so, yeah, we want to support him as much as possible. Hopefully he gets back on. And, yeah, I mean, this... And what we'll do is, we'll do. Oh. All right. We'll jam to this one till he comes back. Chemical Fed.
Shadows cast in fields chemical fed minds, lost in a haze, navigating the labyrinth through the media's maze. But within us burns a flame, a beacon so bright, to challenge the void, to reclaim the light. United we stand, divided we fall. Together we'll ascend, heed the celestial call. With hearts of courage and minds unbound, we'll reclaim our essence where truth is found.
How can you not love this guy? I mean, this right here is what it is. I mean, that's because all the songs are based off of everything we're dealing with now. You know, but when you think about it, music unites everybody. So it's not just like we said, it's not just an American thing. It's like, look at all these bands here that go over to Europe, to Asia, and all that. It's like, why can't he? Why can't his band? You know? I mean, this is, man, it's just, when Dina told me about it, I'm like, hell yeah. You know, I mean, you know, number one, I didn't listen to music yet, but I was like, you know, she told me about it. I'm like, yeah, you know, because anybody out there with Patriot businesses, contact Dina, you know, and we'll do that. And Strack and I, we have a little mission we're going to be doing here shortly. And the MP3, you know what? I don't know we can buy it or anything like that. And like about selling shirts and everything like that. I saw that in the comments too. But if he's not working, it's kind of hard to put shirts out, but we can actually help him, move up. And that's what we're supposed to do. This is Gold Mama 68. I think we're gonna be moving towards that too and have the whole band on and everything. Cause Helo's overhead. But yeah, I mean, this is just something special. I mean, truly, truly special. Yeah, Redbird 19 using in chat's her cousin. So it's like, it's one of our family that, so in turn, he's in our family as well. I mean, I don't know. I mean, just the whole freedom loving and patriotic and, not want to be a slave. I mean, that's pretty much good for me. I mean, and not sell himself out. I mean, that's the huge part. Because I mean, not working all that, and somebody lures 1.9, they dangle that carrot in front of your face. I mean, that poisonous fruit is so easy to take, but it's to do that. I mean, that's just simply like great. Dropping a pallet of copy paper. Fuck, I hope not. I don't know where I'd put it. It's just hard enough here as it is. I already blew through all the paper we had. Then I had to go get two more cases. I'm like, this is just awesome. It's just there's so much information out there, but we have to archive offline. That's the whole key. If we get offline before they shut everything down, they can't change it on us. Because now, we were discussing last night, and like all the old books, right? Why did they create the internet? Why did they give us access to the internet? So that they can tell us what the past is. So that we don't go back to books and find the real truth. Then it brings up the whole Library of Alexandria. Why did they destroy Library of Alexandria? Because they had all the truth in the scrolls and the books. Then they just want to rewrite history. Every time. It's all cycles. They burn everything down, they rewrite it, they put up some shit buildings, and there you go.
But remember, they also tried to do the same thing with the Royal Library of Ashurbanipal.
Yep.
And they tried to destroy it by fire. But actually what happened, the fire, it strengthened the tablets. There were 30,000 tablets that they tried to destroy. So the technology, remember God, the prime creator, the source spirit, the divine feminine, divine masculine energy, the technology in the tablets was stronger than the fire they tried to destroy it. Remember, if everything is emitted into light, into the Akashic record, into water, water contains memory, data, and knowledge. They can't destroy anything. It's already contained in the water. So again, as you activate your DNA, you're going to be able to tap into that water. As of above, so below.
Yep.
How much information? If they say 5 to 10% of the oceans have been navigated, well, what's the other percent of the oceans that you're going to actually tap into? And that's going to contain water, contain knowledge, data, and memory. Remember, you're going to know everything instantaneously. It's going to be absolutely incredible.
Well, and then like you said, 5 to 10% of the oceans on Earth have been, like navigated all. It's like, then how do you put us on a globe? For some reason, they're not, Flower Seed keys play out because the next still continue on the 105. Oh, fuck. It's like, are you serious? It's like the whole timing thing, it's impeccable because, 105, they talked about solar storms they're going to hit. He wrote this in 77. Look at it now. The M-class, X-class solar flares, guys. And it all stems from one supernova of a star, and that's Betelgeuse. Because what just came out the movies? Beetlejuice Part 2. Everything has to be done twice. Beetlejuice will be giving us the light that we need for our ascension. We just don't know when it went supernova. It could have been 600 years ago, it could have been 1,000 years ago. But it takes that much longer for the light to get here. When it's here, it's here. Because
remember, it's outer space, not space like in the sky, outer space.
Yep.
Outer space outside the ice wall. This is
Exactly.
the inner space within the outer space. Remember, we're going to go within, but the outer space, the light is going to illuminate us to activate within us. Within, we're going to activate.
our mission, well, there's a veterans facility, like maybe half a mile away from here. And there's also a veterans cafe in Maryville. And we're going to go there, talk to them because they're all pro-Trump. Let's face it. And also at the veterans facility, it's like tucked behind like Best Buy and all that. And they have they have a garden and everything. And it's all like all veterans that all live there, with themselves and everything. It's like, I find that to be a beautiful thing, because the problem with all this is that, these guys are all brothers in arms. I mean, they fought with one another, they trained with one another, live with one another. I mean, they live, breathe, with these, and they consider them like, like family. And then once they come back from war, what happens? It's like they're just supposed to just, go back to how everything was. It's like, that's not how it works. It's like you're actually killing the whole thing, because, there's certain veterans, well, they don't know what happened. This guy, that guy, and then especially with the homeless vets. I mean, come on. Just it pisses me off. But you know what? Fuck it. We got shit to do. We're gonna get this shit done.
So,
and it just, we're fighting for our freedom right now. Even though, military and everything like that, but we the people have to rise up, because we have to have their back too. Because right now they're fighting wars that nobody even knows about.
you got to meet them in the middle, guys.
Yep. And that's the thing. It's like, or how about this? Not even me, because we'd have to drop them down. It's like, nope, we need to go up to their level. We need to actually, prove to them that, hey, you know what? We're behind you 110%. We always have your back. We thank all of our veterans, everyone, the fallen, for every minute of their service. But we could talk about it. Why don't we be about it?
It's that pyramid, right? Remember, the world monarchy is at the top and the apex, right? And you got the Committee of 300, you got the Council of 13, or the Council of 13, Crown Council of 13, the Committee of 300, the think tanks. The military is taking out that part. Well, what can we do? We can take out the other part. Remember, we could take out the politicians. I mean, they're going to take out. They're taking out the politicians. We could take out again the corporations. We can take out the central banks and stuff. Remember, we don't have to have. You don't have to have your money in a central banks. You think, Strack, I need to pay my money online. That's fine. You have enough money to pay your bills online if you're still in that system. All right, which we are, and that's fine. But you don't have to keep your large amounts of money or fiat currency in their system. And once you take that out of their systems implode. The same thing with the corporations, because the corporations and the central banks, they control the politicians. Remember, the politicians are way lower on that hierarchy. That's why I said meet them in the middle, because what we're going to do is that it's going to crumble that pyramid. We're going to go like this. We're going to go like this, meet them in the middle. The pyramid's gone.
And what does that sound like, Strack? The Anaconda plan.
Yes, sir.
Circle the pyramid. We're at the bottom. The slaves, they're here. They're taking out the top, and boom, we're just crushing them.
Yes, sir.
Like you said, the corporations, all that. That's why the boycotts and everything like that, they try to use it as DEI shit. Nope. And that's why you see all these corporations just falling one after another. It's like, no, we're not dealing with that shit.
And what we can learn in the Civil Rights March, right? In the Civil Rights, did they take out the politicians? No, they knew they had no control of the politicians. Did they take out these people that were these psychopaths that are on the top level? No, they knew. They boycotted the corporations. And what happened? Those corporations, it affected their bottom line. And what happened? Those banks started to make those calls to those corporations. Hey, you need to get a handle on this. And next thing you know, they force those politicians and force exactly what you saw in the boycott and when they boycotted the buses and the civil rights. So we can do those same things.
If it all runs in patterns and cyclical, well, then we need to step up, and now is the time that we need to just crush it all.
Yes, sir.
It's like anything that doesn't go along the lines of family values and, freedom, and actually, abundance, and knowing that, yeah, there's homeless people out, but we can help them. It's like, you look at it and like people look at like homeless people like, oh, like they're like, and working in the city, it just, because you see so many people just like they're vermin. And I'm like, this is fucking shit.
Every little act of kindness raises the human residence. All you have to do is give them words of encouragement.
Yep.
That's it. Just plant the seeds. Plant the seeds. When you plant the seeds are going to grow. Just give them words of encouragement. Give them words. Remember, they're light beings just like we're light beings. They might have been on hard times, or maybe they've escaped this matrix. Maybe they're living in a different, where we're trapped in this matrix where they're actually not in the matrix, right? Because they're not controlled by these smart technologies, not controlled by a lot of these devices, these systems. So they're out of the matrix. So remember, just words of encouragement. Because again, they're going to tell you some amazing things. Remember, they're on the ground level, on a whole different realm, things that we don't see. And they're going to be able to tell you different things and tell you different stories. And they're absolutely highly intelligent.
Yes.
So if you have a conversation with, everybody has a story. We all have a story as well too, but they have a story. Their stories are absolutely amazing. They're absolutely incredible light beings. They're just like us. Oh, they might be a little dirty. Their clothes might be a little disheveled. They might be a little torn. It doesn't matter. Remember, we're all light beings. It doesn't matter. Okay. At the end of the day and stuff, it's about helping one another, humanity coming back together as light fractals coming together as one God consciousness. Their story is amazing. That's why you have them those little acts of kindness that raise the human residence. Again, as you just give them words of encouragement, it actually gives them the ability to trust you and actually tell you their story. And then once you actually have those light fractals come together, what can they do? Can they stop us? They can't stop it.
Exactly. And that's the energy exchange itself.
Yes, sir.
When you actually sit down and talk to them, and they get to talk about their, what happened to them and their stories and all that, it doesn't have to be tangible. The energy is all around us. As long as, we could show them that, hey, we're not forgetting you guys either. We're not forgetting anybody except the fucking Jews. Because it's funny that all these, philanthropists all run around the world and, oh, we want to help Africa. It's like, but they don't fucking do shit here. Why? Because they don't want American people to have the power. They do not want the slave class to have any power or any say in anything. And that's why when President Trump, ran for office, he brought that with him, because everybody's like, oh, and you still hear it now. It's like, oh, he's all about himself. It's like, how? Not only did they take one bullet, but then they try to kill him twice. Like, everything's done twice. Like, guess what? Now they're done. Because now they're caught. Because now with the Secret Service and all that, in trouble, that we discussed earlier, that it's in post 1433. It's like, when that comes out, shit's just going to be a crumble all the way to shit.
And here's the thing. Remember, it says in the Q drops and stuff, a lot of people won't like the end of the movie. And what that means, the Strack, what I resonate is because it's going to destroy religion. Remember, they use their system of religion to trap you in this prison, this matrix. As we start to come out of this imprisonment, as we start to come out of this matrix, a religion will have no relevance whatsoever. Does that mean if you're a religious person, you're a bad person? No, I mean, it just means you're indoctrinated. Understand? Remember, there's a better system. There's not a system anymore. There's a better way. The ways. It was called the ways. Remember, it was hijacked by Christianity. Remember, the Gnostic teaching was called the ways. Christianity was again, they hijacked it. Remember, there's a better way. The way is spirituality, going within, finding light and love and the truth from within, finding God, the divine feminine, divine masculine energy from within. That's the ways to be on the follow the path. Remember, Yeshua just said, follow me. So that's why he said, follow me. Follow me. Well, we follow him. Follow Yeshua and stay on the path. Follow us as we come together, our light fractals. Stay on the path. Don't use your free will and make the cut. And that's what there's no empathy. There's no empathy here. There's no free will. I mean, there's no deals here. Because remember, they used their free will and they decided based on their free will to go to the side of evil. Once you go to evil, you can't come back. They made that choice. And remember, they're going to die and stick with their religion because that's what they believe in. And they want you to die with them on their religious narrative and their Babylonian Talmudic narrative. You're not going to allow that. Because remember, you're going to break out of the matrix and you understand exactly why it says in the Q drops that most people aren't going to like the end of this movie because it's going to destroy religion.
Yep. That's the thing. That's what's got to go. Because once people realize that, all these religions were just based off of previous stories from previous civilizations.
Plagiarized and plagiarized and plagiarized.
Yep. And who's good at plagiarizing, huh? It's just.
Yes, sir.
Everybody. You got, Biden, Kamala. I mean, they're all just plagiarists. They sit there and lie to your face, and then people are like, we need a woman in there. It's like, no, we don't. No, we don't. But any of these women now, no, we need Trump back in there. We need this shit fixed. It's not like we're hating on women at all. But, it's like the nature and nurture. It's like one relies on, I wouldn't say logic somewhat, but, truth. But now you look at the liberal women, like the conservative women, they believe on truth and all the proper ideals. It's like, the nuclear family. But then you look at the liberals and they're like, oh, it's all, feelings and emotion. Fuck your feelings. Fuck your blue hair. Fuck your, want to cut off your dick and become a woman. I mean, it's all video. This it. He can't wait to get a transgender surgery so that he can have an abortion. You got to blame the school system for this. Who in the fuck told this kid that boys can have babies? I mean, since we've been out of school, I mean, what we learned in school, it's like some of it wrong. Well, yeah, especially history. But remember, they had to follow the protocol too. That's why they have to turn in their lesson plans. Is that no. You have to teach this. That's it. Everything. It's just like when you go to church, right? Nope, you have to go by this Bible. That's it. Same thing all the way down. They have to keep you in this mindset where you're in this closed mind system, because if you're in a closed mind system, then you're in a closed universe system. You're not able to realize all the possibilities that our prime creator has for us, because they've all been suppressed by these demonic fucking Nephilim and these clowns that are here. And they're here in three-dimensional form because we can only see three-dimensional form. That's why when you look at the painting with Bill Clinton, why he has 6 fingers, same thing with Obama, it's all the way down. They are the true Nephilim. But we see them, I mean, look at this shit. I mean, and now they did this so that, the birth rate's going to drop, because now you're going to have suicides at an all-time high, because now when these kids become adults, when they're like, oh, I want to have a family, it's like, nope, you're fucked. You're done. And now how do you procreate? You don't. They much rather set up vasectomy clinics and abortion bans outside of the DNA. It's like, an abortion ban? Really?
What are parents going to do when they find out that when you give your child this, you severed their ability to procreate? That's exactly what they did.
Yep.
They got the real one, not the placebo. If they got the real one, they can't procreate. They severed their ability to do that. That's what they were trying to do in their depopulation platform. What do you think parents are going to realize? Are they going to possibly commit Harry-Carry because they just eliminated their child's ability to,
Yeah.
No, we're not going to allow it, because bottom line, we can manifest anything. We can change the outcome of this movie. Remember, their plan was to sever the ability for us to procreate. Because if you sever the ability to procreate, that humanity doesn't exist anymore. Yep. That species is eliminated. And that's what they were trying to do in the repopulation narrative.
and they're trying to damn this right now, but you know what? We're not letting them. Because when they said informational warfare, it's like we're putting out the information. You know, I mean, that's all we do. It's just like, you know, we'll listen to other shows, well, like certain educational stuff that we can actually learn something from. Because you mentioned about Tartaria, I still have to go back and watch because the last lunch break, not yesterday's, but the Saturday had to do with Tartaria. And then he also has like ones like during the week, like shorts, like 5-10 minutes.
Amazing.
I mean, the guy's just mind blowing what this guy finds. Like, see, it takes all of us, everybody. They dig down and find these different pieces. It's like, we don't have to do that. I mean, he does a great job of it. I mean, look, keep on.
How does he do it? He destroys their AI narrative. Remember, it's AI generated narrative. These fires, this again, you know, oh, we got restoration projects. No, remember, he destroys the same people creating all these buildings 1 year, 2 years. It's the AI that they generated to give us this story. It's the same thing. Like I used to love Westerns. I know they're fake. I know that that's an illusion. It's facade. Never existed. There's no such thing as cowboys and Indians, guys. Never existed. There was no cowboys. There's no Indians. There's no Westerns. None of that bullshit was all fake. Remember, there's a civilization with this great, amazing technology. If you look at the reset, you can see the difference between the old technology of the good, really good technology that could heal people, all these amazing things, and then their systems that they were replacing to destroy the technology. You see it in the World's Fair. You see the transition and stuff. Remember, cowboys and Indians and Westerns, that's a Mossad, CIA, Hollywood generated bullshit. That's all that is. Never existed. Never existed. Tombstone, all that bullshit, Wildwood or whatever the fuck it was called, Redwood or whatever, all that Western bullshit never existed. Buffalo, remember they said they killed the buffalo and all these things? Why would they? That's all sacrifices, guys. It's all sacrifices. And what were they doing? The Europeans were indoctrinated. And what they did is this thing called Manifest Destiny, and they started to destroy and kill all those indigenous people. That's exactly what happened. And that's the destruction of, again, Atlantis. Because this is Atlantis, Russia was Tartaria, and you had Lemuria. This civilization, these resets. That's exactly what happened. And what he does in my lunchy break, I love it. I love his work. He destroys their AI narrative. By destroying their AI narrative, destroys their matrix, destroys their illusion.
Destroys their story.
Illusion. Exactly. It's just an illusion. It's just a narrative they created to keep us in the matrix.
Exactly. I mean, I couldn't have said it better myself. I mean, that I did much zoom ended on that. That's perfect because this matrix is just, you know, gotta go. But we have to be the ones that break it. You know, once we free ourselves, we can free others, and then, you know, because now people are starting to notice that, oh, here comes another pandemic, here comes more shots, here comes this, more lockdowns, this, that. It's like, no, nope.
And how do you free yourself? You remember who you are. Let me say it one more time. You remember who you are. The power of 3 is so important. You remember who you are, and who you are is absolutely incredible. You're absolutely amazing, and they have already lost because you are in control of this movie once you remember who you are.
Yep. And then as a collective, we have that power. We just all have to come together as a collective.
So,
you know, on the same page, same mindset. You know, we want what's best for everybody. You know, there's no reason that, you know, women, children, anyone should go to bed hungry. No. When you have all these fat cats having to, you know, all these home, like Obama and all them having, and Oprah, and oh, we're philanthropists. Yeah, we know about the good club and shit like this that you guys are all part of, but you guys just keep on, you know, shuffling your money down the line in order to ruin mankind. Because of Ted Turner, Jane Fonda, all of them. Every single one of them.
Yeah, John Wayne was not good. That was not. All those guys, you know, the Rat Pack. That's why they call them the Rat Pack. You know, Sinatra, all those guys, they were not good. Dean, I can't think of the guy's name.
Martin,
Sammy
Davis Jr. was a profound Satanist.
Yes.
Like he was big time Satanist.
All these people are no good. you know.
And the thing is, the mob, the mafia. Well, which mafia? Not the Italian one. It's a Jewish mafia.
Jerry Lewis, muscular dystrophy.
Oh, God.
All that bullshit, guys. It's all.
Oh, that guy's so.
All trafficking. It really is.
So shitty.
Annie Thomas, all that. It's all bullshit, guys.
Yep.
It really is.
It's like, we want just the truth now. It's it. If you can't give it to us, we'll find it. The thing we have to look at these different areas to where it's like when we saw the whole thing with Tim Walz in 2024, Russia. If Russia's come out with it, well, I mean, they have a lot more information than we have. Our information's pretty much like, handcuffed.
Russia was Tartarian. Russia and Mongolia. The Mongol Empire.
Yeah. Well, and then what happened,
Yeah,
yeah.
Yeah.
And they did the whole triangle. We mapped it out. I'm like,
Tartarian's back. They're back.
Yep, that's it.
Yeah.
And the thing is, Mongolia was it's under the ICC. So there was an arrest warrant, and they're like, fuck the ICC. Putin, come on in.
You got to go back and watch the arrest of Hu Jintao. Just go watch that arrest. Look at the massive arrest of Hu Jintao. He's the number 2 ranking CCP member. Remember, Xi took him out. You go watch that and you'll know exactly where we're going to, and you'll know exactly these people are working together. When I'm talking about the people, Xi, Putin, President Trump, all these beautiful people, these light beings and stuff that are deciding to come back as a higher conscience to help us. They're coming back to help us. Remember, Xi took out Hu Jintao. He's the number 2 ranking CCP member. You watch the video, this massive arrest of this one person, you know exactly where they're going. Remember, they arrested over 300,000 CCP members. They're not a part of the nationals of the beautiful Chinese people. They're absolutely incredible. They love their country just like we love our country, right? We're not talking about, they were talking about the evil CCP. There's a difference. They took out, the Falun Gong. They did it for the organ harvesting because they're so purity. These people are absolutely fucking evil, the CCP, right? They're the same thing as the Bolsheviks and the Russian, they call it the Red Horde in the Russian Revolution. It was the Red Horde in the Chinese Revolution. It's the same system. It's a mirror.
Yep. And shall we? We shall.
Well, the first thing you notice from these incredible events at the Great Hall of the People is that China's former leader, when asked to leave, doesn't want to go. And you have to ask yourself, why? What's going on?
That question from the BBC's China correspondent Stephen McDonnell is one a lot of us have been asking. On Saturday, the scene was set as the Communist Party Congress drew to a close. Reporters had just been allowed in. There was President Xi, having consolidated his power. To his left was Hu Jintao, his predecessor. And then, in front of all of us watching, Hu Jintao was escorted out. Within minutes, the footage was going viral. Soon, Chinese state media reported Hu Jintao was not feeling well during the session, and that now he's much better. Certainly, as he seeks to take President Xi's notes, Hu Jintao appears confused. There's also 45 seconds where he seems unsure why he's leaving. And he has been assisted before. This footage is from a week earlier. But many are questioning the official explanation. The academic Henry Gao told the New York Times, with Xi, he doesn't do these things for nothing. Global risk analyst Ian Bremmer goes further, asking why publicly humiliate former President Hu Jintao? He goes on, power politics on full display. But being sure of any aspect of this is hard. Here's the BBC's China media analyst, Kerry Allen.
It can sometimes be very frustrating trying to work out what's happened. And even though this happened in front of foreign journalists, it was out of earshot and it was very difficult to assess. You literally have to try and pick over the fine details and do guesswork.
Then, on Tuesday, more footage emerged, showing just before Hu Jintao was taken out. Mr. Hu goes to open a folder, but is stopped. Now, we don't know what was in the folder. We do know that the new Central Committee had just been announced, and that Mr. Hu's faction had been frozen out. And that's drawn the attention of the Chinese dissident and artist Ai Weiwei.
Those papers supposed to have the name of the new bureau circle of the Xi, and they must have some kind of deal before made. So, but now what the reality must be has a completely different reality.
At this stage, that's a theory, no more. But these power dynamics connect to why this moment matters. As the incident unfolds, Xi Jinping looks at the man to his right. This is Li Keqiang. He's one of Hu Jintao's protégés. He's been Chinese premier, second in command, for 10 years. This week, he found out he'll be losing that job. And as his mentor is removed, he stares forward, impassively. So too do the rest of the powerful standing committee. Whether intentional or not, the imagery is unavoidable.
The way Hu Jintao left the stage has been, is heavily symbolic of the demise of his faction, and now the end of Xi Jinping's complete domination of the Chinese leadership.
And let's not forget, this all happened just when the cameras were allowed in.
These events are very heavily choreographed, and so for something like this to happen, there are questions about whether it happened by accident.
At this Congress, Xi Jinping definitely wanted the world to see these displays of unanimous support. Perhaps he wanted us to see this too. Either way, what we did see was a president with even greater power and an empty chair where his predecessor had been.
Yeah. Took him to the other room. He's feeling better. Yeah, especially when they took that knife across his neck. It's like he was one of the big factions in all this Falun Gong and all that.
Massive.
That was like one of the heads of the Illuminati in China.
Sure.
And people are like, he's trying to dominate the leadership. It's like, so if Xi's cleaning up his government and Trump is cleaning up his government, and Putin, well, he made sure that his government was spot on.
Kicks out George Soros.
Yep.
Puts the oligarchs and stuff on notice.
Mm-hmm.
Gets rid of them. And he changes the internet. And he takes the Russian ruble and he puts it in the gold.
Yep.
And then he joins groups.
I mean, guys.
And then he invades and takes out his, again, part of Russia, because Ukraine is Russia. He takes out again the demonic, satanic second Israel in Ukraine. What else can you say about that man?
Yeah. And plus, they don't talk about the miles long of police vehicles and all that in order to get this guy.
Oh, yeah.
This guy was like at the tippy top of the CCP in China.
They arrested over 300,000 CCP members with him. So he was the first, as the domino fell, there were 300,000 arrests after Hu Jintao.
He was fucking evil.
Oh, absolutely.
Evil. And they made sure the foreign cameras were in there because they had to show Trump. It's like, hey, we're all doing our part. It's like Chongqing, China, Xi, cars. What Trump's talking about now? He's like, oh, we're going to put up 100% tariff on Chinese cars. China, we know you got a factory in Mexico that's building these vehicles and shit like that. It's like, you guys, they're talking in code.
Yeah, they killed Xi's I think it was his grandfather. It was one of his relatives. I think it was his grandfather that they killed. Xi did not forget.
You do not do that. Yeah. And that's the thing with Xi. It's like, they don't realize that he's in the dragon families.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
You know, it's like, no. So this is going to be great. It's live right now. Sure. What is this? Is that? Oh, a second.
The white dragons and the gold dragons.
Just found my
Oh, one second.
Going back on your
God,
bed.
Shut up, lady. God. I hate these fucking commercials, but I'm not. If you keep on kicking me off, why would I pay in order to get kicked off? It's dumb. Just waiting for the
Yeah. Yeah, President Xi, President Trump. Hey, do you guys have a problem over here in China? No, quick trial, quick trial. We have quick trial, quick trial, quick trial. Military tribunal, quick trial.
Yep.
Chinese.
All right, we're going. We're here live.
The area around the golf course. We will continue to support this investigation with the full resources of the FBI, alongside our partners with the United States Secret Service and the Palm Beach Sheriff's Office, as well as Martin County Sheriff's Office and state and local law enforcement. I would ask that if anyone has any information that may assist with this investigation, to contact our tip line at 1-800-CALL-FBI or at tips, that's TIPS .FBI.gov. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Dave Ehrenberg, State Attorney for Palm Beach County. I want to thank Sheriff Bradshaw and our partners at the local, state, and federal levels. I'm here because our prosecutors are currently working up warrants and a motion for pretrial detention for the suspect. In that way, he will be kept in custody. But our filing of these warrants and charges at the state level does not preclude federal charges that could be coming. But in the meantime, it looks like the warrants and the pretrial detention motion will happen first. And again, I want to thank the cooperation we've had with our federal partners and at the local level. And thank you all for being here today.
Okay, we're going to make these pictures available to you. It'll show you a picture of the backpack and the rifle. And there's also a GoPro on the fence there where he was intent on filming what was going on. Even though we're going to have to secure a couple of areas around the golf course here, the public doesn't need to panic. We know that we got a post office, a library, and a school down the street. So we'll make it convenient for you to get to all the places you need to go, get your kids to school, get them over here to the post office or wherever else you need to go. It's safe, there's no more danger here, and we'll make it very convenient for you. So having said that, we're going to take a very limited amount of questions, and you can direct them to who you want to answer the question.
Sheriff, did this individual make any statements as he was being detained?
No statement right now as far as his involvement in the incident, and there's further investigation to be completed.
What was his demeanor like?
Yeah, I'm not sure if the Secret Service gentleman answered. I misunderstood, or I couldn't quite understand. So there was a rifle. So one of your agents saw on the golf course a rifle pointing to a fence with a chain link. Okay, so he saw that, the agent.
That is correct. Yes.
And the president or the former president was on the course behind him. How close?
It was 1 or 2 holes behind.
100%.
That because the bubble moves through the golf course, so our agents will get there first, clear it. He noticed that the rifle was pointed out. Our agents engaged. We are not sure right now if the individual was able to take a shot at our agents, but for sure our agents were able to engage with the subject. I don't know that.
Doesn't appear so.
Is there more?
Yep. Al.
How far away was the president? How far away was Donald Trump when this gentleman was caught and stopped?
Probably between 300 and 500 yards, but with a rifle and a scope like that, that's not a long distance.
For the Secret Service, how far was your agent from the would-be assailant?
That I'm not sure right now. We're still looking into that.
Reports are that 4 rounds of ammunition were fired. Were all 4 of those from your agent?
That is correct. 4 to 6. We're not sure yet.
Was there a long distance? Explaining why?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
I was wondering what how this was able to happen, and for future reference, is there any up security in the golf course?
I didn't hear all that. Say that one more time and talk up a little bit.
So how was this able to happen, and for future reference, is there any up security in the golf course?
Well, you got to understand the golf course is surrounded by shrubbery, so when somebody gets into the shrubbery, they're pretty much out of sight. All right, and at this level that he is at right now, he's not the sitting president. If he was, we would have had this entire golf course around it. But because he's not, the security is limited to the areas that the Secret Service deems possible. So I would imagine that the next time he comes to the golf course, there'll probably be a little bit more people around the perimeter. But the Secret Service did exactly what they should have done. They provided exactly what the protection should have been, and their agent did a fantastic job.
Which direction was the shrubbery where he was? North, south? I guess east, west, or south is the road?
The layout of the golf course, you've got 3 holes, 5, 6, and 7, right? One of them runs parallel to Summit Boulevard. One of them runs parallel to Congress. And he was in an area in the shrubbery where he could see both holes. So the president was another hole back, which means he's about between 400 and 500 yards away.
So he was on the golf course?
Oh, he's on the golf course, yeah, but he's back a ways.
For the Secret Service, have you guys changed at all the way that you guys are protecting former President Donald Trump? This now potential second attempt on him. Can you just elaborate on how things have changed and what you make of all this?
Yes, the threat level is high. We have increased the amount of assets that we've supported, so we live in danger times. So yes.
We're done with questions right now. There's really nothing more for us to add. I just want to tell you, the Secret Service and the FBI and the State Attorney's Office have been fantastic to work with. And I can tell you right now, our agency with this real-time crime center was fabulous. That's how we got the guy. We started out with, we don't know anything, to where we had a tag, we had a vehicle description, and we got an area where we saw the person. So be proud of your law enforcement. All right, thanks folks, we'll get back to you.
Where on 95 was it that? Sheriff?
1 second.
Interesting, you said 4 to 6, and then all of a sudden drop 4 to 6.
Oh.
Six. 4 to 6 people might 4% or 6% of people won't what was it? Was it on the Q drop? What did it say? To look at that again.
You don't think he knew?
Oh, of course he knew. I'm saying that's a 10. It's a, being add that up to 10. You drop the 0 to 1. God's number's 1.
Here's why.
Yes, sir.
You're going back from 7/13/2024, the first shooting, right, to today. 65 days. There's our 11. Notice 9 weeks and 2 days. That could be 9/11. But look at the percentage of 2024. 17.76%. Their patterns suck. I mean, these guys are really, really pathetic. Pathetic.
That's it, Michelle. Truth. Yeah, 4 to 6% won't make it.
2 months, 3 days, including end date. Odd. Like, this is just doing all by numbers.
Absolutely.
They're all numbers. But cool. Well, Strack, thank you so much for popping on and joining us. And yeah, I mean, this is gonna be. We got big things planned. Big things planned. So yeah, this is gonna get really good because now with this whole, Secret Service thing about the whole Ronald Rowe. Now look, it happens again. Remember, everything has to happen twice. You're not gonna kill him.
No.
He was sent here by the divine. I mean, to help us. Help us realize that we truly do have this power that we, it all goes back to his inauguration address. It's like, from this moment forward, giving power back to the people. Who did not like that? Everybody didn't like that. They don't want us to have anything. You will own nothing and be happy. Nope. Was that huge kind of Secret Service someone there? Oh, no. No. She's in Gitmo. No, they took her. She's gone.
No.
Because now you're starting to see that she's BFFs with Jill Biden. It's like, guys, what are you seeing now what they're trying to protect? I mean, once the world comes to realization that they have been stealing our children and like, go around injecting AIDS into people in Africa and saying, oh, it's a systemic. How? Because remember they said, oh, AIDS was created by, somebody fucking a monkey. So now how did avian flu get here? Somebody fucking a bird? And then, we're discussing too, it's like, everybody's like, oh, well, why was this guy carrying 2 geese, down the road in Ohio? It's like, hey, assholes, they're protected birds. Duh. It's like, why didn't they have the DNR? Why didn't they have Fish and Wildlife? And that's federal crimes. Waterfowl are protected in America. You cannot just go around and kill a Canadian goose unless it's hunting season, which it's not. Hunting season for Canadian geese is in the winter. Because they fly south, they fly north, they fly south and all that, and it's all migratory. And the funny thing is they always fly in V patterns too, like a chevron. Cute. But yeah, that's, and they're eating dogs, cat. Yeah, they are. The lady from Haiti even said it. That's what they do. Because, well, they have a starving population. Well, why do you have a starving population if you have all these philanthropists in there wanting to get their grubby hands in it? That's why the Clinton Foundation is so massive in this. It's not so much the Clinton Foundation. It's all their initiatives that they have added to it. No,
the largest deportation in history, President Trump said, right?
Yep.
Migrants. What are migrants? Remember, they fly either north or they fly south.
Mm-hmm.
Where these migrants, where this deportation, where's it going to come from? It's going to come from Israel. We're talking about Israel, guys.
Yep.
Done. They're gone. They're going to be gone.
And it's like, Congo. And they're like, so how are they getting here? It's like, it's not like, oh, they're all Mexicans or Guatemala. It's like, well, why is it now that we're having the problem? Because they had it all calculated. It was the whole communist infiltration of America. It was an invasion. Infiltration over invasion. We were infiltrated, and then here comes the invasion. The infiltration came from within. From all these Roman Catholics, from the all the Jewish, all these Catholic charities, all these Jewish charities, and they're funding it.
Yeah.
But then, we're turning around giving Israel and all these other assholes all this money to actually ruin America.
Lisa 659 says, why isn't JD Vance doing anything in Ohio? Because he's a Jesuit. He's a Jesuit, guys.
Yep.
He's going to be outed. And remember, it's going to look like President Trump's campaign is going to be shattered. No, it's an illusion. Remember, they're going to give them the illusion that they're going to win. In comes the prodigal son.
Thing is that, remember, twice.
Yes, sir.
One, he didn't go to East Palestine.
No.
But he's a senator. Then you got this going on, and he'd much rather go around, it's like, you're not a VP now, bitch. You're still a senator. Go fix your shit. And that's when Trump's going to be like, hey, I don't need people like this.
His wife also evil.
Yep.
Him and his wife. Not just him and his wife. And what they come from that Ivy League schools.
Yep.
Those Jesuit, those secret societies.
Mm-hmm. And it's like, when they talk about book deals, well, what was the purpose of him writing that hillbilly elegy and all that? What was the purpose of having a book deal before you became a senator or anything? That's like, what? Because you were in school and you're like, oh, yeah. And that one bitch, that one Chinese bitch that got him set up. Because she's married to the Jew, that Jed Rubenfeld. There you go, right there. It's like, he brought his little fucking, dot head in and shit like that. Well, there you go. India is mostly communist. I mean, the communism, guys, it spreads like far and wide. And oh man, there was I have to find it. It was Something with this fucking
That's why Bobby Kennedy is so important in this and stuff, because I said before earlier with McCarthyism, when they're talking about the Red Scare, the influence of communism spreading throughout the different regions and different places. Remember, Bobby Kennedy was a part of that, and then he changed, he flipped over to the other side. Remember, he exposed them. Remember, Bobby Kennedy was, again, the watchdog of the president. Remember, they're called the Wild Boys of Washington. Remember, JFK, John Fitzgerald Kennedy, had this public energy. His bulldog was Bobby Kennedy.
Yep. And then you pop in another character in here. Who was the one that was grilling these communists in those hearings? Roy Cohn. Oh, Trump's buddy. Remember Roy Cohn and all that shit? He was a Jew and all that stuff, but he's like, I don't want any part of this shit. He's like, let's bring them all down. So you don't think Roy Cohn talked to Trump about all this shit? It's like, they confide in him more than you know. He's not going to sit here and say he talks to these people. It's like, they know Roy Cohn was one of his buddies. But what did Roy Cohn tell him? Just like, what did Nixon tell him? What did Reagan tell him?
Yeah. They said that movie out, Reagan, right?
I haven't seen it yet. I want to go see it.
I want to see it too.
Yeah. No, come on. We'll go see it or something. Because we have a there's a gift bag here for you too. So we have to swing out and get it. Yeah.
And that movie looks pretty good, Reagan.
Oh, I heard it's pretty damn
interesting because they didn't think he was shot right away, and they thought, because they even reported on the mainstream media that he wasn't shot, and then all of a sudden he goes to the hospital because that Secret Service agent, he made the call to send him to the hospital. The next thing you know, the bullet caught President Reagan underneath his armpit.
Yep.
He almost died by just centimeters. Well, interesting. Then it just see the same thing happen. Everything had happened twice. Then President Trump just by centimeters.
Yep. And it's like, and he's like, this graph, this chart. I love this chart. It's like, this guy's awesome. I mean, and that's the thing. It's like, you look at the Jesuits, you look at, the Black Pope and everything, and you start looking at the Gray Pope, and you start seeing how everything structured through the corporations, through this corporatocracy run through the Vatican. It's like, why does it's like everybody wants to kowtow to the Vatican, and oh my God, they're the great. It's like, they're fucking shitbags. It's like the nuns and shit like that. They use them as baby farms so that they can have sacrifices.
Yeah. You're not going to see any women as Pope. You're not going to see any women as a cardinal.
Nope.
Again, they don't believe in that. That's part of their satanic bullshit, Babylonian Talmudic bullshit they believe in. That's why they wear those yarmulkes on their head. The same thing with the Pope and the same thing with Israel. It's the same thing. It's the Anunnaki skull.
Yep. It's an extension. It's to show them reverence.
Yep.
And just like, Pope Francis, he's got that, staff with the cross where it's bent. And the explanation he gave is, because Jesus failed at the cross. It's like, wow.
The Romans crucified people like this. They didn't crucify people like this. No history in the history of it ever did the Romans document crucifying anyone like this. They crucified people like this. What do they do in the Roman Catholic? They excite your pineal gland. They exit out with what? Baby's carbon.
Yep. And that's the sad part. It's like, whenever, like Ash Wednesday, it's like, they put it right on your third eye. It's like, guys, you guys. So in total, they do the Eucharist where they have the communion. Drink this. This is my blood. Eat this. This is my body. It's like, there's your cannibalism.
Yep. And who was Ashtara? Ashtara was Baal. That's what the ash is. That's the baby's carbon. Ashtara is the deity they sacrificed, throwing the babies into Baal, to Moloch, into the fire. Ashtorah is Baal.
Yep. And like we mentioned that Abzu, it's like, as soon as I saw it, I'm like, wait a second, this sounds eerily familiar. That's Anu.
Yep.
That was Anu's real name. That was Enki and Enlil's father.
Father.
Yeah. So it's like, guys, it's like they're all sucked into this Babylonian bullshit. That's all it is. It's all still run by Babylon. I mean, even BS, it's Babylon system. You look at Switzerland and all these other countries, like they're all in on it. the main was in Europe. When they created the Schengen area, they literally destroyed everybody's sovereignty. They destroyed all the borders. Says if you don't have checkpoints at each border, you're destroying their culture, their civilization, because you don't know where anybody is. You have anybody in the world just coming in your country and just turn it to shit. And now they brought the Weimar Republic over here because they want to pollute as many minds and get as many people on their side as possible without them truly knowing.
Yeah, go watch that Greatest Story Never Told, Adolf Hitler, the true story. Go watch that. You'll know exactly what Adolf Hitler was trying to stop them. And they were, again, that Weimar Republic became the Nazi party that infiltrated, the National Socialist Party. That was Adolf Hitler's party. They was cleaning up the system. Remember, they were in hyperinflation. Hyperinflation. That's beyond inflation. They had like barrels of marks just to have a loaf of bread. Remember, he cleaned that up. It was amazing what he did. Because remember, it took him away from that Treaty of Versailles bullshit. They had to pay all those reparations. He's like, fuck that. I'm not doing that.
Yeah.
I'm not going to let you destroy my people.
Yep. That's it. It's not going to happen. It's like, that's why people say, oh, Trump's Hitler. It's like, I wouldn't have badge of honor. It's like,
absolutely. Remember the swastika is your sacral chakra, and it connects the other chakras. So that's why they demonize the swastika, because it actually connects your other chakras.
It's a wheel.
Yes, sir.
It's meant to spin.
Sir.
Not meant to be stationary. And they take all these symbols and they completely destroy history, and then they put their filth onto it and then just let it go for broke. Just pathetic. But right on, Bub. Then thank you so much for stopping in, and we'll see you Thursday or Tuesday.
Yep, Tuesday. Yep.
Yeah, back on Tuesdays. Woo! Awesome. And I mean, I speak for everybody here that we're so happy that your family is getting better and they're all better. And for a while there, we're like, fuck. Dina reading text messages. I'm like, there's only so much that one person could take. It's like you just dumped it on you once. It's like, fuck.
Trying to lower our frequency, but it's not gonna happen. Not gonna happen. Not gonna defeat us. Not gonna surrender. Not gonna, there's nothing you're gonna do to destroy my family. You're nothing gonna do. You're not gonna be able to manifest their destruction. I'm gonna manifest your destruction. We might be going through hard times and stuff, but it's only temporary. We're going to go positive. We're going to go move away from these negative frequencies.
Yep. And that's why we're doing Operation Get Fucked. That's what this operation is. Telling everybody get fucked. Like Operation Wetback and shit like this. Well, we're pull out Operation Get Fucked.
Yeah, thank you so much, chat. You guys have been amazing. Thank you, everyone. Again, all the support, all the frequencies.
Yeah,
all the frequencies. Can I say thanks enough?
Yeah, and I mean, we all love you to death. I mean, everybody here. I mean, we love everybody here. I mean, even even the trolls that stop in and just if they just stick around, they might learn something. But
and please go support Alvis.
Yes.
Absolutely amazing. Remember, frequency, sound, vibration. Frequency creates a sound. Sound creates a vibration. Remember, he's using his higher consciousness through lyrics and frequency, sound, and vibration to resonate. Again, this great awakening is part of the great awakening. So he's using music to do exactly what he's doing, and he's using the lyrics and the music together to resonate a higher consciousness. He's absolutely amazing.
Exactly, and maybe this is a push we need. I mean. Any little push, as long as it's forward, we're not going backwards. We just got to keep going.
Always.
So, like I said, we'll figure something out. Some kind of thing we could have for them, and like a giveaway or something like that. That we could draw up some money for them or something like that. Because we need more of this. It's like it's like we don't need, that if there's a way that we could help him to bring those frequency vibrations and the energy to us, it's like, well, then we need to prop him up and say, hey, you know what? He already showed his energy to us. We have to reciprocate it. in any way possible. I mean, turn down $1.9 million. I mean, I don't know too many people right now that would do that.
It's called character.
Yep.
It's called patriotism. It's called love
Yep.
of knowing something's great or something, there's more possibilities. Remember, his creative ability is his ability to create music in order to wake many people. There's people that his music hasn't even touched yet. But remember, once they hear his lyrics and his music, he's going to be able to touch all these different people that he's not even, know about Elvis yet, but they're going to know about him just by his frequency, sound, and vibration, and his resonance in resonating this music to heal people. And that's what it is. It's a healing frequency, vibration, and sound.
Yep.
Absolutely incredible.
It's a beautiful thing. We just got to keep at it, I mean, keep plugging along and do what we got to do to, make everything right.
And the same thing with, it's absolutely privileged to be in this spiritual battle with you, JQ, with Jack, with Conan, and all the We Not Me family, as well as the Times Now podcast family. Remember, we're a family. We're all coming together. The light fractals are coming together as one God consciousness. We're going to win. We're always knew we're going to win. We just have to remember who we are. And once we remember who we are and unite collectively together as one God consciousness, they can't stop us.
Never. They won't. They'll try.
Yes, sir.
But the operation's been, we have Operation Eagle Titties and Operation Get Fucked. It's like, we need to have those on t-shirts. Oh, we have a list of t-shirts. We're going to get this. So I thought of a design for Kamala's and Tim's, God damn it, for their election, right? So, well, trust me, it's going to be good. I have to find somebody that's good with graphics and everything like that, because this one, because for some, it pays to be a smart ass. It really does. Because,
hey, you're the black sheep of the family.
Oh, God.
All are, right?
Yeah, I'll take it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Whatever.
Right.
Hey, fuck Whitey. Down with the Whitey. Because none of us are white. Jesus, man. We're all, it's just,
white.
We all have different, like the vehicles.
Different avatars, that's it. Yeah. This means nothing. Your skin color means nothing. Your religion means nothing. Your political affiliation means nothing. Your nationality means nothing. Your country of origin means nothing. It means nothing. They are all light beings. We're all about helping humanity move forward toward what, Strack? Toward ascension. That's our goal. That's our movement.
And then you think about it, it's like, if this is a vehicle, right?
Yes, sir.
You don't go driving and saying, screw everybody with a black car. They're all assholes, right? Isn't it the same with this vehicle? It just makes sense. It's just certain ones are on different operating systems. Certain ones are like in a lower vibrational frequency. Some of them are higher vibrational frequencies.
I'll say it again. Look at our national emergencies, our international emergencies. Look at any national emergencies. You'll see people, it doesn't matter what color they are, doesn't matter where they're from. They all come together to help one another. That's who we are. We're about helping one another. We're going to eliminate their systems of control that kept us in this matrix. And once we understand we're all the same, we're all light beings. We're all about helping one another, helping each other do what, Strack? Helping us go toward, again, the prime creator, source spirit, the divine feminine, divine masculine energy toward ascension together.
Yep. And we have to do this in order, because there's a reason why it's like repetitive, one after another, because lessons learned, right, guys? So if we see the pattern recognition, everything like that from one to the next, it's like, then we can say, well, no, we're not buying this shit. Just like the COVID thing, it was about election or something else. It's like, well, the election, invasion, they just wanted to eradicate us. The something else was the eradication of, America. I mean, it's as simple as that. I mean, and then yet our government, instead of just like the money was there for the wall, finish it. Seriously, just finish it. It's right there. But they can't finish it. It has to be Trump that finishes it.
Right.
Because he told him, he's like, hey, and like, oh, Biden's at the beach. Trump said, hey, go to the beach. I told him just go to the beach. Now he's at the beach. It's like, so who's running the country?
He's been many people. He came down the escalator. He's Enoch. He's coming back down the escalator. He's Enoch. He's been all these different people. He knows exactly who he was. He can incarnate at will, meaning he knows exactly who he was during different times, different spaces, and different dimensions. He's a higher consciousness.
Way higher.
Yes, sir.
Why do you think he knows all? And then you have Melania. It's like, you have the masculine, divine feminine. Whether people like it or not, they could say, oh, the words he says, get fucked. The words he says. He's telling us the truth. Nobody said the truth was going to be all puppy dogs, rainbow. No, you can't say puppy dogs. It's fucking, you'll have all these Haitians and they're eating them.
She is so important in this. Let me tell you how so important it is. Remember, it's the Clash of the Titans. Real quick, President Kennedy, when he was allegedly assassinated, which we know he wasn't, they got his clone. But here's the deal. Remember, they have a picture of him. We see President Kennedy Sr. He's with President Trump. They're talking to one another. He's 107 years old. We went through before. Let's get back to President Kennedy. President Kennedy, okay, Camelot, that whole thing, the whole symbology, right? Camelot returns. The same thing. When you saw President Trump and Melania, she dressed the same way as Jackie. She had the same thing they give to Obama. Again, that baby blue, the Order of the Blue Rose. Again, the Mary Magdalene. That's what that's from. Remember, it's the Order of the Blue Rose. It's the same bloodline. You understand this? But they're at a higher consciousness. They've had many lifetimes. They come back as a higher consciousness. Here's the thing about President Kennedy. Remember, Onassis. He owned Titan Airlines. This is a clash of the Titans, right? Remember, they were, Onassis and Jackie were together on this island away from everybody. He owned Titan Airlines. Okay? The Battle of the Titans. Melania, Athena, who was the holder of Medusa's head. It was Athena. Release the Kraken. That's the Cabal. Once Athena comes out with Medusa's head, that Cabal crumbles. It's the Clash of the Titans. Its symbology be their downfall. Will be their downfall. Melania is so important in this. She is the most intelligent, the most amazing light being of a higher consciousness that came back to help us. They make fun of her. They make fun of her accent. They say she's stupid. She's absolutely highly intelligent. She was the most intelligent person in the RNC in Milwaukee.
Yep.
She couldn't stand being by Vance, okay? But she has to play her part because symbolism will be their downfall. It has to be business as usual. They have to think that business as usual. Oh, business as usual. Another RNC, another DNC. No, it's not business as usual. It's going to be the capture of them. It's going to be the destruction of them. Athena, or Melania, holds the head of Medusa. Release the Kraken. What happens when the Kraken sees Medusa? Anaconda plane.
And it's funny how, like, when things turn to stone, we see that. But even Perseus, because Perseus was one with the sword with the Medusa as well. And then it's like cutting the head off the snake. Medusa's head was off.
Zeus, Athena, and Apollo. Why does President Trump have all the Apollo statues in New York? Who was he also? He was all these different people. Enoch, Apollo, Patton, all these people. He's a higher consciousness. He's been here many times. He's coming back to help us. He never lies to us. You have to understand this. He never lies to us. But he's not going to give us all the answers. We have to figure it out ourselves. How do we figure this out, Strack? We have to remember who we are. And once we remember who we are, we activate that DNA and we remember instantaneously. That's exactly how powerful you are.
Yep. And I mean, when people say it's like, well, she came here on an Einstein visa.
Oh, she's absolutely incredible.
What did you guys do? You guys went to your women's liberal arts colleges and decided to become a bunch of witches and a bunch of just. Ugh.
They already told you that their child was the king of Atlantis. That is Thoth, guys. Thoth the Atlantean in the Emerald Tablets. Please go read the Emerald Tablets. And please support Jason and Dina. And again, the Enoch, the Keys of Enoch. Absolutely incredible. Listen, I'm telling you right now, it's going to be mind-blowing. It's going to help you resonate. It's going to help you move forward, especially the bigger picture of what's going on. And remember, of all the constant hours and the time that Jason and Dina has contributed to this ascension movement, it's our time to give it back to them. Remember, it's just, we're going to give it back, but we're going to get something from it. It's an energy exchange. It's their time and effort and an energy exchange, helping us together, collective, as a collective group, coming back to one God consciousness and learning about the keys of Enoch as far as a tool to move you toward ascension. Please help them.
Yeah, and
It's
I mean,
absolutely going to help them tremendously.
this Enoch, this Keys of Enoch is just, it's so much bigger than I thought it would be, because once you see it with fresh eyes, yeah, we went over it a couple years ago, but now that we've actually gained more knowledge and we gain more power, because with knowledge there's power, then we actually have to go back. Sometimes you have to go forward to go back. Sometimes you have to go back to go forward. When you look at it, it's like, when you look at it with fresh eyes, you see things that you didn't notice before because you had no idea. At first, when I first got the book, I had no idea who the hell Enoch was. I'm like, who the hell's this guy? And now look, it's like, wow. If only they would have left that in the Bible.
Yeah. Elijah, Ezekiel, Enoch. The power of 3.
The 555, the whale number.
Got it. You got it, sir.
Awesome. So, right on. Well, thank you so much. Thank everybody here. And we will see you guys tomorrow night on Time Is Now podcast. Tuesday. What time's track Tuesday?
17.
Yep. All right.
5 o'clock p.m.
5 o'clock Central. 5 o'clock Central. So we'll have it all set up and we'll be here, and we're going to have some fun this week, because they said the week of the 17th, it's like 17th is on a Tuesday. Tuesday. Shooting today, 65 days, 17.76% of 2024. I'm sure that hashtag 1776 and the drops had nothing to do with it. Guys, there's gonna, it even says in drops, people will not even comprehend or believe what they're witnessing here.
Or who you're talking to.
Yes.
Really important here.
Guys, this is...
Do not believe who you're talking to. And you understand that. Once you manifest and remember who you are, you know exactly who you're talking to. Because you hear your voice, who you listen to. That's the part of God. Remember, I've never heard God before. No one's ever heard God. You hear every time you look, you say something. Every time you hear your voice, you're hearing God, because you're a fractal of God. We're talking about the little g. We're not talking about the prime creator source spirit. You're not the prime creator source spirit, but you're a fractal of the God. You are a God, the little g.
Yep. And that's why I say, we're all God's children. It's like, yeah, we just got to play nice. That's all. We can have our differences, but it's like, in the grand scheme of things, we all have to want what's best for each other. What's best for each other and what's best for humanity. It's the only way we're going to fix this. So, but we're on our way.
Absolutely.
So, cool. Well, thank you so much, everyone, for being here and spending some time with us. And yeah, Kitty's doing good. They're doing better. And still gotta get Patton in. But we have them inside and, resting and everything. So, and yeah, and I wrote down, I have to find that number 112. I have no idea what it is. It's the first damn tote. It's a smaller tote, so I'm like, I don't know where in the hell I put it. So now I have to seek. That'll be fun. So thank you guys so much. And we will see you guys on the flip side. Bye.